first shot of the big cars. Time trial action number 1 coming at you here at Empire Dragway. The Marina Schillinger Memorial Race. Super Pro action coming at you in just a little bit. WDRA points all day long. We got Street Pro, Super Pro, Supercharged Bracketeers, and $4.95. Juniors went down the track just a minute ago. The future of drag racing, the mini, long, and skinnies as we roll into the classics. That's right, nostalgia gas, mod gas, soon to follow them. The 3 classes of racing we have before we dive into our main card of racing later on in just a little bit. 106.3, that's a track radio station. If you can't hear any of the racing action, you can get it there. 106.3 Empire FM. Me and Peter Pumpkin Eater up in the booth all day long.
Absolutely.
Everything you want here at Empire Dragway. The last in nostalgia gas rolling out of the water box. Brandon I. Malley, the Steiner Bros Bel Air. Mod gas rolling into the water box now. Claude Pyre running Stubby's toy for our buddy Jerry Lieback. Jerry, a late great racer here at Empire Dragway that we lost not too long ago. It was just the other day, unfortunately. Godspeed, brother, as we go drag racing here. Time trial action, round number 1. Patrick Malbouf over in the lane next to him, the Lampro left lane. The Ford Mustang, both drivers just trying to figure out what the cars are going to do. 24th thou away from perfect was Claude Pyre. As Stubby's toy gets down to the top and 624, 109 miles an hour. Jim Lynch, Bill DeMunch. Jim Lynch throws it right 16th thou away from perfect. If he could have held on just a little bit longer, could have got the perfect reaction time everyone's chasing for here at Empire Dragway. The first let go doesn't mean much, but the second time around, that's the one we call the round that counts. That's right, the best reaction time or the first person to beat perfect. Got to be sitting pretty on the wait and see by going in around number 1. Sam Bonzetti, Dave DeGabriel, 17th out too soon was Dave over in the Insinger right lane. As that gorgeous El Camino gets down to the top end, 688.97 miles an hour. Lynn Salisbury, the Danger Ranger, over the Insinger right lane. 670, 101 miles an hour.
Brandon Burgess coming up in the Land Pro left, going up with Mike Ruscio, who's going to be in the Insinger right. Nothing too crazy on the tree there. And as they get down to the top end, Mike going to go 653 at 106. Brandon going to go 638 at 108. Frank Fontana, 47 off the tree there. Mike Lomas going to go 6 above. And down at the top end, Mike Lomas, 608 ET. Frank going to get a 696.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need juniors. Junior dragsters, come on down to the staging lanes. Mini, long, and skinnies, come on down to the staging lanes. We are going to run your second time trial, the round that counts. On your qualifying ladder, juniors, 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 come on out of the staging lanes. Juniors. Jerry Sarcusia, the roadster, 26th thou away from perfect, but it was a little too soon as he throws on the red bulb. 575, 116 miles an hour. More than likely.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Juniors, juniors, if you're not in the staging lanes, you are late. Juniors, come back up to the staging lanes. We are ready for you guys. We have you in staging lane 1. That is juniors, the mini long and skinnies, juniors, juniors, juniors. Get on up to the staging lanes. If you're not there, you are late.
Here we go, the round that counts. That's right, the final time trial, the final qualifying round for the mini long and skinnies, the future of drag racing, the junior dragsters. That's right. Best reaction time is going to qualify you, number 1, and get you sitting pretty on the wait and see by if we have an odd number of cars. And attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need Nostalgia Gas Hot Car side 9 and 10. Nostalgia Gas Hot Car side 9 and 10. Mod Gas, why don't you come on down to 11 and 12? Mod Gas, come on down to Hot Car side 11 and 12. Nostalgia Gas to 9 and 10. Mod Gas to 11 and 12. That's over on the Hot Car side. Cadence Church going to take the first trip down the track, 37th thou away from perfect as she throws on the red ball. Down at the top and the 854, 70 miles an hour. Vincent Giordano and Nico Giordano. Vincent Gregory and Nico Giordano taking the tree this time now. Gregory, the Land Pro left lane. Giordano, the Insinger right lane. Fast reaction time going to be sitting pretty on the wait and see by. Closest to perfect or first one to be perfect takes that number 1 spot here in the mini long and skinnies. A 114 to a 61, Nico Giordano, the only driver we've seen go red closest to green so far in the mini long and skinnies. 61 thou away from a perfect light. Mackenzie Gregory going to take a swing at it now, going up against the Black Mamba himself. That's right, that is Dangerous Dylan Schwartz. Rumor has it he likes to run with scissors. Sometimes he actually doesn't wait 45 minutes after eating before he goes swimming, and you know it. That tag on the mattress that says do not cut, well, guess what? That's gone. Here he is, going to try and be better than 61 thou on the let go over the Insinger right lane. Schwartz, 36 thou too soon. 796 so down at the top end at 80 miles an hour. And attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Nostalgia gas, nostalgia gas. We need you to 9 and 10 over on the hot car side. Mod gas, mod gas. We need you to 11 and 12 on the hot car side. Mod gas, mod gas. Come on down over to 11 and 12 over on the hot car side. Olivia Gregory and little Lucy Gunther. Lucy, the Insinger right lane. Gregory, the Land Pro left lane. Olivia Gregory is the only one green between the two. 236 thou away from perfect. As Lucy Gunther pushed it just a little too hard, and it was 21 thou too soon. Elena Zissie's pulling up in the Insinger right lane. This time she's out of Spencerport, New York, going up against Colton Spilek. Colton, the curly chaos machine in the Land Pro left lane. Fast reaction time we've seen so far. Mackenzie Gregory's 54 thou away from perfect. $79 to $183 on the let go. Colton Spilek got out of the hole first. But Elena Zissie's gets to the finish line first, 8:62 at 75 miles an hour. Riley Gregory going to try and take out Mackenzie Gregory on that number one wait and see by spot, 54 thou away from perfect. Nico Zissie's in the Land Pro left lane, going to take a swing at it as well. Riley Gregory puts her name on top of the mountain, 17 thou away from perfect. As she is going to be sitting pretty on our wait and see by, qualifying currently number one. Paul Snyder and Kylie Wright going to try and lay claim to that number one qualifying spot. Paul Snyder, he is in the Land Pro left lane. Kylie Wright over in the Insinger right lane. Paul Snyder, Kylie Wright. Snyder, 50 thou too soon on the let go. Kylie Wright, 94 thou away from perfect with the green light. Gets down to the top end with the 791.82. birthday pretty soon as she tries to take the number 1 qualifying spot. 17,000, the best reaction time we've seen so far by Riley Gregory. It's Maddie Verhagen, 111 on the let-go. Jolene Raleigh, she ended up being 46th out too soon. And down at the top, on a 773 at 84 miles an hour is your quick time. Colin Mini Masulo out of Buffalo, New York, pulling up in the Insinger right lane. 17 thou. Away from perfect, that is the best reaction time we've seen so far in the mini, long, and skinnies. Riley Gregory got the bullseye on her back. $28,000 away from perfect is going to be close, but not close enough to dethrone Riley Gregory. 17,000, the best reaction time in the mini, long, and skinny is going to claim her the number 1 spot. Colin, 799 at 80 miles an hour as we get ready to roll out Nostalgia Gas. Nostalgia Gas, if you're not in lanes 9 and 10 on the hot car side, you are late. Mod Gas, you guys should be down there as well. Mod Gas, Mod Gas, Mod Gas. We need you, hot car side 11 and 12. If you can't hear any of the round calls or any of the racing action, you can always tune in to 106.3 Empire FM. That's a track radio station here at Empire Dragway. We have a full card of racing still yet to come. WDRA points. It is a deadlocked battle between all of the classes. Only a few more weeks remain, I do believe, this week and another, and we are going to crown ourselves some champion. Summer-long racing event coming down to the final 2 weekends here at Empire Dragway. Don't forget, we have the Labor Day shootout coming up next week. 3 days of great racing. So if you want to have yourself a great Labor Day weekend, come on down to Empire Dragway, where every weekend admission comes with free camping for anyone who wants to come and enjoy the track all weekend long here at Empire Dragway. And just a reminder, in Super Pro, we have ourselves a big old shootout. That's right. Going to remember one of the greatest ladies to ever walk the track here at Empire Dragway, Marina Schillinger. Doing the memorial race for her. We lost her just a couple months ago. Jeffrey and Ron here in her honor, going to be racing for the big ones. And Peter Pumpkin Eater, who can we thank for putting that race on in her great honor?
We got a few people to thank here. We'd like to give a thank you to Empire Dragway's very own Jerry and Claire for putting up some money for it. We also want to thank Lakeview Construction for also sponsoring it. Dobbs Automotive, Gunther Automotive, Arango Family Racing, Precision Crankworks, Tony's Muffler and Brakes, Castle Products, Castle Towing Service, Empire Supercharged Bracketeers, TNL Excavating and Paving, and Dan and Adam Germano. Thank you guys for sponsoring the Marina Schillinger Memorial Race.
That's right. On top of winning $3,200 for being the baddest off the top bulb, the runner-up going to be making $1,200. Semis, $500, quarters, $225, and if you get to the eighths, how about a cool $150? And on top of our amazing payout ladder, we also have the Honey Eye Falls Napa Auto gift certificate for the last woman standing in competition. to put up the $50 gift certificate for the best appearing race car. And Jeffrey Schillinger is going to be picking that out all night long, so we'll announce those winners in just a little bit.
We also have Trevor Wees, the man up in the tower, doing the numbers.
The Muffin Man.
The Muffin Man, as we like to call him, putting $100 up for the best reaction time during Eliminations round 4 Super Pro.
That's right. So a lot of racing action going to be coming through that great memorial race for Marina Schillinger. We have Street Pro Supercharged Bracketeers and the 495 Heads Up Run What You Brung class here as well, as we get ready to keep racing through our first 3 morning classes. That's right. Round of that counts, the final time trial round for Nostalgia Gas and Mod Gas, still to roll out into the water box. And round number 1 action, that's right, the round of elimination soon to follow as well.
And here come our Nostalgia Gas rolling into the burnout box. Charlie Parr in the Lamb Pro left, driving the hot and nasty, going up against Mike Arkfitz in the Insinger right lane, driving the American Flyer. This is the round that counts, so fastest reaction time. Going to get the wait and see by Mike. Going to go 53 off the tree here, giving him the best reaction time so far. .53 with a 4 is the time to beat. First one to get perfect gets it. Mike Erkfritz sitting on top for that wait and see by right now. But that's going to be Roger Cavallero in the Lamb Pro left and Brandon Aimale in the Insinger right, trying to take a stab at it. 22 to a 24. Roger Cavallero getting off a little quicker there, giving him the top spot for the wait-and-see buy round. So now 22 with a 3 is the time to beat, and that's Frank Klaskoff taking a stab at it. And he's going to go a little too soon off the tree there, turning it red. And that's going to be it for Nostalgia Gas, giving Roger Cavallero that wait-and-see buy with a 22 reaction time. That's going to bring up our next competitors here, Modgas, for their second round of time trials around that counts. Bill DeMunch in the Lamb Pro left. Driving the DeMunk automobile, going up against Claw Parr, driving the Stobby's toy in the Insinger right lane. First one to get a perfect reaction time gets to wait and see buy. Closest to it also gets it as well. $74 off the tree from Claw Parr, putting her on top for the wait-and-see buy. But there's a lot of room here for one of our drivers to come in and take that spot.
Patrick Malboof and Jim Lynch. Rolling up to the tree now, Jim Lynch, the Insinger right lane. Malboof over in the Lamb Pro left lane. Mustang versus Mopar. $23 to a 121. Malboof is going to be sitting pretty as the wait and see buy. Over in the Lamb Pro left lane, 601, 113 miles an hour.
Dave DeGabriel in the Lamb Pro left, going up with Sam Buzzetti in the Insinger right. Trying to take a stab at Patrick Malboof's 23 off the tree. And neither of them are going to quite get that. 23 with a 6.
Brandon Burgess, Don Vandersall taking the tree now. Don over in the Insinger right lane. Burgess in the Land Pro left lane. Burgess out of Rochester, New York, in that absolutely gorgeous Duster. Try and be better than a 23. $12 away from perfect as Brandon Burgess is a man on top of the mountain. The best reaction time we've seen so far in the round that counts.
Now we got Chris Noth and Mike Ruscio. Chris in the Lamb Pro left, Mike in the Insinger right. Both of them taking a stab at Brandon Burgess, but neither of them gonna go faster. 42 from Chris Noth off the tree there. meaning Brandon Burgess still sitting pretty on top for that wait-and-see bye round.
Lynn Salisbury and Sam DeMario up to the tree this time. Lynn in the Danger Ranger, the Ford Ranger over the Insinger right lane. Sam DeMario, the Land Pro left lane. The Camaro going to try and be better than 12 thousandths on the light. .54 to a 45. And Salisbury's out of the hole first, but it's going to be DeMario. 599, 113 miles an hour down at the big end.
Zach Beso driving the My Kids Tuition Chevelle in the Land Pro left, going up against Rob Brooks in the Insinger right. 12 with a 1, the time to beat. Rob Brooks gonna go triple O2 the wrong way though off the tree, trying to get that perfect reaction time, but just went a little too soon, meaning Brandon Burgess still on top with his 12-1 reaction time.
Mike Lomas and Frank Fontana going to be trying to swap feet on the bottom bulb to see who can get closer to that perfect light. Mike Lomas, the Urbino Racing Machine in the Land Pro left lane, going up against Frank Fontana in the Camaro over the Insinger right lane. And attention in the pits, juniors, the mini, long, and skinnies. We need you to come on down to the staging lanes for round 1 of eliminations. We need juniors, the mini, long, and skinnies. We need you to come on down to the staging lanes for your first round of eliminations. Lomas, first one out of the tree, 62 thou away from perfect, 607 at 110 miles an hour down at the top end. Jerry Sarcusia was getting pulled back on the rope. Here he is in the round that counts. Going to see if he can get the bye run in round number 2. Joe Leprezzetti out of Webster, New York, over in the Land Pro left lane. Double O2 too soon was Jerry Sarcusia and the Roadster. 573, 116 miles an hour down at the big end. Brandon Burgess sitting pretty on the wait and see by 12 thou away from perfect. As the last man to try and knock him off the mountain rolls up to the tree, that is P.J. Haynes over in the Insinger right lane. 54 thou away from perfect is P.J. As you can hear that car breaking up down track, 594, 113 miles an hour. tower. We got first round of the mini long and skinnies rolling out of the staging lanes and into the water box. The future of drag racing. Gonna shake them up, sort them out, and see who's moving on to round number 2 and who is going to be eligible for the re-entry race.
Riley Gregory getting the bye round here, dialed in at an 8:10. Riley was the fastest off the bulb, getting a 17 reaction time during the round that counts. And here she is getting her bye round.
Riley Gregory tied right now with Nico Giordano in points, 14 points in total, and that is a tie for number 1. That's right, as she puts another point in her bracket. Vincent Giordano. Maxton Williams, 9:15 to a 9:17. The dial-in times. Giordano going to be chasing down Williams as Williams gets away first and tries to stay away. $105 away from perfect as Maxton Williams throws on the red bulb. 119 too soon. As he goes down track, he was going to go 3 thou under the predicted dial-in time. It's Vincent Gregory ends up going 22 on that 15 dial to put on the lamp and come back for round number 2. And attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Nostalgia Gas, Nostalgia Gas. We want to see you in the hot car side 9 and 10. Nostalgia Gas, hot car side 9 and 10. Mod Gas, Mod Gas. Come on down to hot car side 11 and 12. Mod Gas, Mod Gas. Come on down to hot car side 11 and 12. Nico Zissi is trying to chase down Olivia Gregory, as Olivia got away 55 thou and 30 thou better than Nico. But Nico is going to get to the finish line first. 8:01 on a 7:98 dial. 0:05 the margin of victory down at the top end.
And attention, attention. If you are interested in a 50-50, head on over to the fuel building and get yourself a ticket. We're going to be doing a 50-50. That's right. 50-50, 50-50, 50-50.
That's right. Buy yourself more than one ticket. Only buy one. Buy one for your neighbor. Maybe you buy it for him, don't give it to him, and you win, and you don't tell him you bought it. But if you want to get it, you got to go to the fuel building because that's where you're going to get it from. Lucy Gunther and Mackenzie Gregory up at the tree now, 1190 to a 799. Gunther, little Lucy, going to be getting away first. As she gets away with a 67 reaction time. And Mackenzie Gregory, 50 thou too soon on the let-go. As a little dragster that could goes just a little too soon. 8 flat at the big end, though, 83 miles an hour. As Lucy Gunther, 1220s. at 50 big ones.
Colin Masulo dialed in at 799 with a Eliana Zissies and the Land Pro left dialed in at an 861. Colin going to be chasing down Eliana. And as they get off the tree, Colin Masulo going to go red. Elena throwing on that wind lamp down at the top end, going only 3 above her predicted dial-in time.
Colton Spilek and Cadence Church. Cadence, 849. The guys on the glass going to be chasing down Colton Spilek. The Curly Chaos Machine dialed in at an 1195. 45 thou the reaction time as Cadence ends up throwing on the red bulb. 59 thou too soon. As she was eager to chase down Colton, who ends up running a 12:06 on his 1195 dial at 53 miles an hour.
Nico Giordano coming up in the Insinger right lane, dialed in at an 898. Going to be chased down by Dangerous Dylan Schwartz from the Land Pro left, who's dialed in at a 796.
Not to put any pressure on Nico Giordano, but Riley, the person he's tied with, #1 in points, got the wait and see buy. So she got a freebie, a nice round point going into the next round. If Nico doesn't, that's going to give her the tiebreaker and put her 1 round ahead of him. So it's all on the line here in round number 1. And Nico throws it away 10 thou too soon as Dylan Schwartz, he was 7 thou red right behind him. Down at the top at 904 on that 898 dial-in is going to qualify Nico for the re-entry round, making this year's points battle just a little bit more hectic. Jolene Raleigh and Kaylee Wright. Kylie, 790, the guys on the glass over in the Insinger right lane. Jolene Raleigh, 1150, the predicted dial-in time for the Land Pro left lane. $207 to a 24. Kylie Wright smacks it right on the head as she is 180 thou better than Jolene Raleigh. And that's pretty much going to wrap it up for her down at the top end as well. 4 above the predicted dial-in time to take a whole lot of stripe at the top end.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Gassers, gassers, nostalgia gas. We like you over in the staging lanes 9 and 10 on the hot car side. Nostalgia gas, come over to staging lanes 9 and 10 on the hot car side. And mod gas, mod gas, mod gas. We want you over in the staging lanes as well. You guys are going to be in 11 and 12 in the hot car side. That is mod gas, mod gas, mod gas to 11 and 12 on the hot car side. Back to our race here, Maddie Verhagen, then the Land Pro left, dialed in at a 790. Chasing down the Insinger right, Paul Snyder, who's dialed in at an 817. To a 120, about 100 thou separates him as Maddie Verhagen has the advantage. And down at the top end, she's going to break out just under her predicted dialing, giving it over to Paul Snyder.
First round of nostalgia gas rolling out of the water box as we speak. Mike up, Fritz. The Insinger right lane, hot and nasty. The Bel Air and the Lamb Pro left lane. 005 up front's hot and nasty. 104 behind him is up Fritz as they get down to the top end. And the Bel Air gonna run a whole lot under that predicted dial-in time as up Fritz. He was 37 on the 40 after being 104 up front. Brandon Imalley, the Steiner Bros Bel Air, 6:63, the predicted dial-in time. As his competitor not able to make the call, gets the broke by. Into the round of 3. 15th thou too soon on the reaction time is not going to matter as a win light comes on anyways. Brandon Imalley, 6:62. 97 miles an hour on the 663 dial-in. Roger Cavallero going to take the competition by this time for being the #1 qualifier in nostalgia gas. He's out of Rochester, New York, and he is dialed in at a 695. 54th thou away from perfect was Cavallero on the free let go. And down at the top end of the track, how about a 700 at 96 big ones?
you guys wanted to know, I'm going to tell you concessions are open. That's right. If you are hungry, they're open. Go ahead and get over there and get yourself a cheeseburger, a little french fries, nachos, whatever you're looking for. We got it over in Grandstand concession area. Fuel building might be open as well. I'm not too sure. I'm going to check on that one for you guys. Fuel building open as well. Head over, get yourself some merchandise if you need it. Whatever you need over there. We also have a 50-50 going on. That's right, there's a 50-50 going on in the fuel building. If that's something that interests you and you want to win some money, head on over there and get yourself a ticket. That's right, 50-50 in the merch/fuel building.
Mod gas eliminations round number 1. You don't turn on the wind light, you're not coming back. unicorn here at Empire Dragway. Back on the track, Mod Gas Eliminations number 1. That's right, you don't turn the wind lamp on here, you're going home. Well, not home for good, but home for the rest of this race, as we still have all of the WDRA points racing still to come. We also have Supercharged Bracketeers and the 495 Run What You Brung Index class still to come here tonight.
Build much going right off the tree there, getting over to Jerry Syracuse, who's throwing on that wind lamp down at the top end. And attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Juniors, come on up the staging lane 1. We are ready for you up there. Juniors, the mini long and skinnies. We're ready for you up in the staging lanes. Junior buybacks. All right, junior buybacks. We're going to have you in staging lanes 3 and 4. One more time, the mini long and skinnies, that's going to be junior buybacks. We're going to have you in staging lanes 3 and 4. One more time, that's junior buybacks at 3 and 4. Juniors to 1. Now back on the track, Brandon Burgess and the Lampro left Dowden at a 6:38, going up with Joey Haynes and the Ensinger right, who's dialed in at a 6:19.
Yeah, not sure I saw Joey make any time trial runs, so I do believe this is a blind dial attempt. A blind dial, when you don't know what you're going to run because you haven't done a time trial, but you take a stab at it anyways. And Joey, he was close. 3 thou away from a perfect light, but it was on the wrong side of the tree. He goes red and ends up being 6:20 on that 6:19 predicted dial-in time at 109 miles an hour. Brandon Burgess, though, the man who was sitting on the wait-and-see by, he was 56 up front and ends up going 4 thou under the predicted dial-in time at a 6:37 at 107 miles an hour. Juniors, come on down to the staging lanes, mini long and skinnies. We want to see you for round number 2. Nostalgia Gas, Mod Gas, I know you guys just went. You guys are going to be on standby as we call you back for round number 2 as well. And just a reminder, we are doing 50-50. That's right. If you want to get some 50-50 tickets, go over to the Fuel Building. It's the only building on the property with a red roof that doesn't sell food or delicious snacks. That's right. Not a lot of things edible in the Fuel Building. I'm sure a lot of people have tried to eat them, but there are a lot of warnings to tell you not to. So if you want to get in on that 50-50, make sure you wander on over to the Fuel Building. We'll be selling the tickets there. We also want to remind all of the Super Pro competitors what is on the line tonight, and that is $3,200 for the Marina Schillinger Memorial Race here at Empire Dragway. $1,200 for the runner-up, and if you make it to 8th, you get a cool $150. Peter, what else are we giving away for that race?
We got a few more things we're going to be giving away. We got the Honey Oy Falls Napa, who's putting up a gift basket for the last woman standing. That's right, the last woman standing going to be getting a gift basket for the Super Pro category. Trevor Weiss, also known as the Muffin Man, going to be putting up $100 for the best reaction time in the Super Pro category as well. $100 put up by Trevor. And there's also a $50 gift certificate for the best appearing race car awarded by Jeffrey Schillinger himself. Sponsored by Brad Perkins. And we're going to be doing a little bit here and then get back more into that racing action very shortly.
go round number 2 of the mini long and skinnies. That's right. The round 1 winners going to keep doing on battle until we are down to 1 champion here tonight. Not the end of the championship points series, but is definitely going to shake up the standings as they sit. Our tie for first has been broken now by 1 round. And we are going to see how many rounds they can spread that lead out to. And who from the bottom is going to sneak their way up to the top and try and find themselves in that top 3 points battle for the mini long and skinny championship at Empire Dragway. Gold Spilek, Curly Chaos, 12:05 to guess on the glass against Riley Gregory. Riley, 8:11 the predicted dial-in time. Riley's got some work to do, though, as she is 90 thou behind Colton. As they get down to the top end, it's going to be Riley Gregory getting the win going dead on with a 2. Colton Spilek was 006 on the let-go and ends up being 12:03 at the top end, taking 106 thousandths. Vincent Gregory and Dangerous Dylan Schwartz, the Black Mamba himself. 9:20 to a 7:96 are the dial-in times. Dangerous Dylan, he's got the quick time, going to be chasing down Vincent Gregory. Vincent set to run away at about a 2-second head start. Vincent Gregory, 57th thou, too soon. As Dangerous Dylan was 68 up front and ends up going 1 above with a 5. Lucy Gunther. A little too soon on the let-go as Paul Snyder, also red, but the second to do it. And we would like to make a housekeeping announcement. That's right, a track rule you guys may not be familiar with. We do prefer if you do not sit on the concrete walls. We would prefer it if you do not sit on the concrete walls if you are watching drag racing down at the starting line. Those concrete walls are for your protection, and you should remain behind them. So if you are sitting on the concrete wall, we ask that you, get off the wall as politely as we can ask. Nico Zissies and Kylie Wright. 798 to a 791. 700 separate the two of them. Kylie Wright, the quick time, going to be chasing down Nico Zissies. Thou too soon was Nico Zissies as Kylie Wright gets the go-ahead win into round number 3. 54 thou away from perfect as she runs a 94 on that 91 dial-in. And Elena Zissies up to the tree this time out of Spencerport, New York. 8:63 the pick to dial in time for the wait and see by recipient. 45 thou too soon as she ends up down track at an 8:63 dead on the pick to dial in time. 1 thou over at 75 miles an hour. And attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Nostalgia Gas, come on down to hot car side 9 and 10. Nostalgia Gas, hot car side 9 and 10. Mod Gas, we need you, hot car side 11 and 12. Mod Gas, hot car side 11 and 12. Nostalgia Gas, hot car side 9 and 10. Mod Gas, we want to see you, hot car side 11 and 12. Second Chance Juniors rolling out into the water box. Olivia Gregory and Cadence Church. Cadence, the puzzled mini long and skinny over in the Insinger right lane, dialed in at an 8:49, going up against Olivia Gregory. 11:60, the predicted dial-in time in the Land Pro left lane. "20th out too soon" was Cadence, as she couldn't sit there any longer, as Olivia Gregory was 189 up front and running down track. 11:68 at 54 miles an hour is the recipe for success that round to put on the win lap. Hit him with the spray. Look at your Mackenzie Gregory and Nico Giordano. Heads up across the board, 9 flat for both drivers. Mackenzie, the Land Pro left lane. Giordano, the Insinger right lane. $63 to a 73. Mackenzie is only 10 thou ahead at the let-go. And down track, 9 flat, was Nico Giordano. Maddie Verhagen and Maxton Williams, 790 to a 917. Maxton pops on the red one. 22 thou too soon is Maddie Verhagen. 261 thou away from perfect. And all the way down at the top end, it's going to be Verhagen. 774 at 83 miles an hour. Jolene Raleigh pulling up in the Land Pro left lane, 11:50, the predicted island time against Colin Mini Masulo. 8:03, the quick time over in the Insinger right lane. '49th thou up front is Mini Masulo, as he is a whole lot ahead out of the hole. Doesn't worry about clicking it off early and breaks out by 8 thousandths of a second. As Jolene Raleigh, 11:75 on the 11:50 dial. 391 up front, enough to get the job done. Nostalgia Gas. You guys should be in the staging lanes. Hot car side 9 and 10. Hot car side 9 and 10. Mod Gas 11 and 12 over on the hot car side. You guys should be down there as well. Nostalgia Gas down to 3 competitors. Brandon I. Malley, the Steiner Bros Bel Air, 6:63, the predicted dial-in time. Going to be trying to chase down the man right next to him. That is Roger Cavallero. Roger, 6:99, the guys on the glass in the Insinger right lane. Roger is going to be getting away first. Brandon is going to try and chase him down. The advantage is going to be the reaction time and the margin of victory. Well, that is going to determine our winner. '79 to a 36. Cavallero has the advantage by 43 thou. And down at the top, and he's going to break out by 114, giving it back to Brandon I. Malley. He ends up going one above with an 8 at 92 miles an hour. Mike Uckfritz, the golden ticket recipient. That's right. It's like getting the golden ticket to Willy Wonka's Chocolate Factory. We call this one the buy into the final. That's right. He has to make a pass from A to B. Really only has to take the tree. He can back out after, but I have a feeling he is going to want to know what it's going to do. 7:38, the guys on the glass as he qualifies for the final round against Roger Cavallero. 316 thou away from perfect. As they go through the top end, 92 miles an hour, 7.43 seconds on the 7.38 dial-in. Mod Gas, strapped in, zipped up, as they strap the helmets on and get ready to roll into the water box for elimination round number 2. Joe Leprosti and Patrick Malbouf. Joe out of Webster, New York, over in the Insinger right lane. 7:34. The guys on the glass going to be trying to run away from Patrick Malbouf, who's in the Ford Mustang, dialed in with your quick time. That is a 6 flat in the Lamb Pro left lane. Joe goes red, 16th out too soon, as Patrick was 115 on the let go and down at the top end. That red light win giving Patrick Malbouf all the data he needs, being one above at 113 miles an hour. Mike Lomas in the Urbino Racing Malibu, 6:08. The guys on the glass going to be chasing down Rob Brooks over in the Insinger right lane, 6:26. The guys on the glass for the Mopar. 28 to a 29. 1 thou separate the two of them. As they go down track, it is going to be the man who was behind by a thou, taking 18 thou to put on the wind lamp. Mike Lomas, 6:12 on that 6:08 dial, as Brooks just couldn't get down to the top end quick enough. Sam Bonzetti and Brandon Burgess going heads up this time down the track. Bonzetti, the Insinger right lane. Burgess, the Land Pro left lane. Brandon, he was our wait-and-see buy into round number 1, and here he is trying to go into round number 3. 10 to a 98, 88 thou separate them, and Brandon Burgess has the advantage. Down at the top end, the advantage shrinks to 54 thou as a margin of victory, going 6:43 on a 6:39. Coming back for the round of 5 cars remaining. Jerry Sarkusha, the Roadster, over in the Insinger right lane with your quick time. That's a 5:73. Going to be trying to run down Sam DeMario. Sam dialed in at a 5:98 in the Lamb Pro left lane. $73 to a 56, 20 thou separate him as Sam DeMario has the advantage. And down at the top, and he's going to go one above with a 6 to put on the wind lamp and come back for the round of 5 cars. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Juniors, we need you down to the staging lanes. Juniors, we need the main events to number 1, and we need everyone else to 2 and 3. Main event winners to lane 1. Everyone else to lanes 2 and 3. Juniors. The mini long and skinnies, come on down to the staging lanes. Don Vandersall and Lynn Salisbury. The Danger Ranger over in the Insinger right lane, 6:72. The guys on the glass going to be trying to chase down Dan Vandersall. Don in the Land Pro left lane, the Chevy 2, dialed in at a 7:64. Don Vandersall, Lynn Salisbury. A little bit of confusion, and they are ready to go. A 287 to an 80. 200,000 separate them. Don Vandersall needs a hope and a prayer down at the top end, and it's not going to happen. Lynn Salisbury, the Danger Ranger, 2 above with a 398 miles an hour as he comes back for the round of 5 cars. Juniors, junior dragsters, we need you in the staging lanes. Juniors, mini long and skinnies, come on down to the staging lanes for your next round of competition.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Junior winners, junior winners. Come back up to the staging lanes. We're ready for you. We're going to have you in staging lane 1. That is junior winners, junior winners. The winner of the mini, long, and skinnies, head back up to the staging lane 1 because we're ready for you.
Junior second chance, come on down to the staging lanes as well. Junior second chance, come on down. You guys come on down to lanes 2 and 3. Nostalgia Gas, you guys are on standby. Mod Gas, you guys are on standby as well.
Attention bracket racers, attention bracket racers. Next weekend we're going to be hosting a bucket raffle event to raise funds for our bracket finals team. Dave and Renee would like to know if anyone would like to consider helping them, and also any donations would be greatly appreciated. Come see Dave or Renee in their pits at the end of the bleachers with any questions. Thank you guys for your support. We appreciate it.
And speaking of Dave and Ray Finero, if you are interested in going to the bracket finals, you got to go see Dave over in his pit spot. That spot's A28 at the end of the bleachers. If you don't know where that is, it's easy to find out. Look at the bleachers over at the pit side. Look all the way down at the end of them, and boop, there is Dave Finero and the Finero campsite. So if you want to go to the bracket finals in Pittsburgh, go see Dave, talk it out, hash out a plan. I will be down there just a little bit later figuring out who's going, who's not going, and how it's going to shape up, as that is going to be one fun weekend in Pittsburgh, trying to battle it out against all the other tracks in the WDRA points division that we are in. And the racing action will continue from up here in the tower all the way down the track, right? That is round 3 of the mini, long, and skinnies. Rolling out into the water box. The winners trying to keep the drive alive to be crowned champion of the junior dragsters for the event.
Dangerous Dylan Schwartz pulling past the burnout box in the Lamb Pro left. Dowden at a 797, getting chased down by Elena Zissies in the Insinger right, who's dialed in at 863.
And attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Pro. Super Pro, you guys are on standby. Get them out of the box, get them warmed up, and remember, do not use the return road as a warm-up chute. Stay off the return road if you are warming up your car, and be mindful there are half-scale dragsters rolling around the property. Mini, long, and skinnies down the track now. Super Pro, you guys are on standby.
Elena going to go a little red off the tree there, 004 the wrong way, giving it over to Dangerous Dylan, who's throwing on that wind lamp, going dead on with a 1. Paul Snyder in the Land Pro left, dialed in at an 8:17, getting chased down by the top point champ right now, Riley Gregory in the Ensinger right, dialed in at 8:11.
Right now, Riley. Yep.
Riley Gregory has the most points amongst juniors that are here today right now. Looking to get some more. $13 to 139, Riley Gregory, a little later than Snyder, who has the advantage, and down at the top, and Snyder going to break out 7 under his predicted dial-in, giving the win over to Gregory.
Riley hasn't had.
Kylie Wright, pull him up, getting the buy round here, dialed in at a 794. All she's got to do is take it down to the top end. And then she'll be in the next round of competition for our juniors.
And the mini long and skinnies second chance race rolling into the water box right now. These are the drivers still in competition after getting knocked out. We stack them up against each other and see who is the best at shaking it off and getting back to it. Maddie Verhagen. Nico Giordano. Nico dialed in at an 899. Maddie dialed in at a 790. And attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Nostalgia Gas final, Nostalgia Gas final. Come on down to 9 and 10. Mod Gas, Mod Gas. We want you in 11 and 12. Hot car side, like always. Nostalgia Gas 9 and 10. Mod Gas 11 and 12 over on the hot car side.
That last pass there, Nico Giordano throwing on the win lap down at the top end, going 3 above his predicted dial-in time. Maddie going a little under hers, giving it over to Nico. And that brings up the next competitors. Going to be Olivia Gregory in the Land Pro left, dialed in at 1165. Going to be chased by Jolene Rowley from the Ensinger right, who's dialed in at 1165. Olivia Gregory throwing on that wind lamp. Putting herself back into the competition.
That's right, Super Pro. You guys are on standby. Super Pro, you guys are on standby for the Marina Schillinger Memorial Race. $3,200 on the line, $1,200 for the runner-up. We lost a very special lady here at Empire Dragway, and here we are honoring her with trying to figure out who is the baddest off the top bulb. $3,200 on the line. Peter, what else are they giving away for that class?
We got a few more things we're going to be giving away to the Super Pro class. Honeoye Falls Napa has a gift basket for the last standing woman. So the last standing woman in the Super Pro class is going to be getting a gift basket. Trevor Wees, also known as the Muffin Man up in the tower with us.
The Muffin Man?
The Muffin Man. Going to be putting up $100 to the best reaction time for the Super Pro category during eliminations round, not during time trials, only during the eliminations round.
And how about that $50 gift certificate that Brad Perkins was so generous enough to give to us so that Jeffrey could give it out?
That's right. Jeffrey Schillinger going to be giving away the $50 gift card put up by Brad Perkins to the best appearing race car. So the best appearing race car going to be awarded by Jeffrey Schillinger $50.
And I'm going to take a quick second to go over a couple quick housekeeping rules here at Empire Dragway. Rule number one, first and foremost, one of the greatest rules we have here at Empire Dragway, is no glass containers. No glass. If you got to drink it out of a glass, keep it in the car. If you got to keep it out of the car, well, you just go ahead and get out the front gate. No glass containers on the property. The tires we use are very expensive, and it really ruins someone's day when they got to go buy a tire because of someone else's negligence. Rule number two, if you are not 16 years old, please do not drive or operate anything that has wheels here at Empire Dragway. You will be kicked off. You will be given one stern warning. And let me put it this way. I've had at least a warning or two, and I got to tell you, they are not fun to get, let alone being told that you can't do anything because you didn't listen the first time. So you get one warning if you are not 16 years old and do not have a valid New York State driver's license for driving around in the pits on a pit vehicle. That is anything with wheels. Doesn't matter if it's one wheel, four wheels, or nine wheels. If it's got wheels and you aren't 16, don't be operating it. This is a racetrack, not a city park, and we are not trying to have any sort of incidences because of somebody not paying attention for just a brief moment. And rule number three, probably my favorite rule. If you're going to have yourself a couple frosty beverages, Jerry and Clara would like to tell you that with every ticket of admission is also a ticket to camp here for free. That's right. Don't do anything stupid after drinking too many cold ones and get yourself in trouble driving home. Sleep here instead. Sleep in your car. Sleep on the bleachers. Heck, sleep in the grass. We don't care. Just don't do something that would cause you a greater bodily harm or some sort of larger inconvenience later on in life. Enjoy yourself here at Empire Dragway. We're giving away $3,200 in Super Pro. We are going to be battling it out to determine points championships as we have just one more points race left on the calendar. We have Street, Super Pro, Pro, 495 Index Racing, and of course the supercharged bracketeers. Super Pro, you guys are on standby. Super Pro, you guys are on standby. we go. The first final round in competition here at Empire Dragway. Nostalgia Gas. The last two cars rolling into the water box. Brandon I. Malley, the Steiner Bros Bel Air in the Lampro left lane, and Mike Uckfritz in the Insinger right lane. Uckfritz dialed a 741, going to be chased down by Brandon I. Malley, who's dialed in at a 662. And it's going to be Mike Uckfritz. $98,000 was reaction time. 7:42 on a 7:41 dial-in. And that is going to put the lamp on for Mike Uckfritz. Brandon I. Malley, 001 the wrong way. As Mike Uckfritz, your first winner here at Empire Dragway today. Mod Gas getting ready to roll out into the water box. 5 cars remain as we find out who is going to be invited back down to the last 3 cars. Super Pro, you guys are on standby. Do not use the return road to warm up your vehicles. I repeat, do not use the return road to warm up your vehicles. Keep it in the pits, keep an eye open, and please be patient as you travel through the pit. Super Pro, you guys are on standby. Our run order as it sits: Super Pro, Street, Supercharged, Bracketeers, Pro, and 495 in that order. That's a Buffalo right here. At Rochester, Long A. Salisbury. It's Salisbury. Salisbury steak. Patrick Melbooth and Lynn Salisbury. Lynn, 673, the guess on the glass for the Danger Ranger over in the Insinger right lane. Patrick Melbooth, the Ford Mustang, and the Lampro left lane's got your quick time. That is a 600. 73 hundredths of a second separate these two drivers. And Melbooth goes a ride 47,000 too soon as Lynn Salisbury with 67 up front and goes 3 under the predicted dial-in time, getting the data as he comes back for 3 cars remaining. Mike Lomas, Sam DeMario up to the tree now. Mike Lomas, 608 in the Urbino Racing Machine. 599 for Sam DeMario in the Insinger right lane.
And attention in the pits, juniors. Juniors, come back up to staging lane 1. We're ready for you guys. That is juniors. Juniors, come back up to the staging lanes. We are ready for you. That's going to be juniors to staging lane 1. And back on that track, Mike Lomas 30 to a 39. Sam DeMario 9 behind him, but down at the top and still throwing on that win lap, going only 1 above his predicted dial-in time here.
Riley Gregory going to keep that points lead growing, as she is sitting pretty in the #1 spot in the junior dragster points. 8 time to guess on the glass as she gets invited back to the final round. That's right, the golden ticket, the buy into the final. 8 time the predicted dial-in time as the silent mini long and skinny cruises down track. She was 14 thou too soon on the let go and goes 2 thou under the predicted dial-in time.
There we go. That's some pollution. Come on. I want to hear it. I want to hear it. You're going to tell me I fucked up again now, or you just saw that one go down?
And the winner of this pair, going to race Riley Gregory in the final round. Is it going to be Kylie Wright, or is it going to be Dangerous Dylan Schwartz? The Black Mamba over in the Insinger right lane. 796, I guess, on the glass. Going to be running away from Kylie Wright, who is only 0.05 of a second faster in the Lampro left lane. Both drivers inching up towards the tree. Schwartz, Insinger right. Right, Lampro left. 25 too soon to a 97 up front. Dangerous Dylan was way behind, but ends up green and golden. 2 above with a 3. As Kylie Wright goes 25 thou too soon, as she was 1 above with a 1 at 81 miles an hour. Junior Dragster Concy race coming at you. And the Concy final. Rolling out of the water box, Olivia Gregory, Nico Giordano. Nico, 9 flat, the guess on the glass over in the Insinger right lane. Going to be trying to chase down Olivia Gregory, who is going to be running away with a little bit more than a 2-second head start. $165 to a 49. Nico is in the lead by 120 thousandths of a second as they get down to the top end. It's going to be Nico Giordano dead on with a 5. 5 thou shy of breaking out, taking 85 thousandths down at the top end. Nico Giordano, your second chance winner in the Junior Dragsters.
So,
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Mod gas, mod gas. Come back up to the staging lanes. Mod gas, mod gas. Come back up to the staging lanes. We have you in 11 and 12 on the hot car side like usual. Mod gas, mod gas. Come back up to the staging lanes. We are ready for you guys. We hope you guys are enjoying yourselves here at Empire Dragway. I'd like to take a second to thank some of the sponsors on the big board that sponsor us week after week, allowing us to have racing action every weekend all summer. We'd like to go ahead and thank Land Pro, TNT Performance, Lindsay Aggregates, Infinite Construction Solution, Tony's Muffler and Brake, Staub Automotive, Quick Cash Cannon Bottle, Davis Trailer World, Genesee Valley Shooting, Jansen, Resolution Racing, and BNC Restoration. Thank you guys for sponsoring us here week in and week out at the Dragway, allowing us to have racing action like this all summer long.
That's right. We got racing action every weekend, but not every weekend are we honoring a beautiful woman, Marina Schillinger. We lost her just a couple months ago, and here we are racing in her honor. $3,200 on the line for the baddest off the top bulb. Jeffrey is going to be giving out a special $50 gift certificate that was donated by Brad Perkins for the best appearing car in Super Pro. We also want to thank Honey Eye Falls Napa for putting up a gift certificate for the last woman in Super Pro competition. That's right, they're doing a last woman standing. So the last woman that is still in competition in Super Pro going to get that gift basket, from Napa. And there are a whole bunch of sponsors that we want to thank particularly just for the Marlia Memorial Race. Peter, who do we got that is putting up a lot of the big names for that race?
We'd like to thank a few people for that. We'd like to go ahead and thank Empire Dragways, Jerry and Claire, Lakeview Construction, Staub Automotive, Gunther Automotive, Orango Towing, Precision Crankworks, Tony's Muffler and Brake and Tires, Castle Products, Gates Towing Service and Fleet, Empire Supercharged Bracketeers, TNL Excavating and Paving, Dan and Adam Germano, and Argo Family Racing. Thank you guys for sponsoring the Marina Schillinger Memorial Race. We really appreciate it. We have a lot going on today at Empire Dragway.
Speaking of Jeffrey, how's your day going so far, brother? I think someone's excited to see some Super Pro racing. Big Ron going to be taking home $3,200. There's just a whole lot of competition in his way. And Jeffrey, do you got a good thought about who you're going to pick for that best appearing car? I don't want to know. Don't give me any hints. All right. I want to wait until we get at least into third round before you go ahead and tell me who it's going to be. As we give away another $100 from Trevor. Peter, what was Trevor donating that money for?
Trevor's putting up that $100, also known as the Muffin Man in the tower.
Muffin Man.
Putting up $100 to the best reaction time for the Super Pro category during eliminations only.
That's right. Closest to perfect or the first one to be perfect is going to get an extra $100 in Super Pro. And, by the way, any drivers interested in going to the bracket finals in Pittsburgh, you guys need to see Dave Finero. Dave Finero in his pit spot. That is A28 at the end of the bleachers. So if you're interested in going to the team finals, the bracket finals, however you want to call it, please go see Dave Finero at the end of the bleachers in his pit spot. And, by the way, pick up your points stickers at the base of the tower. So if you are going, you can pick up your points stickers at the base of the tower at any time today here at Empire Dragway. 106.3 is the radio station, so you don't have to miss any of the round calls or any of the racing action. And if you are, obviously you can't hear this if you're at home, but If you want to find out where you can see this, go on to Facebook, and they will be streaming this race live on YouTube. So you can go ahead and go over to Facebook and then share that link so everyone you know at home can be watching you as you either do good or bad here in the hunt for $3,200. It's a WDRA points night. We got points championships on the line. Brad Perkins has informed me that we, in fact, have 2 more points races after this one, so 3 in total, as we are shaping up to have ourselves a barn burner of a year at Empire Dragway. All the classes are coming down to a make or break round, as we only got a few more points races left to hash it up and see who is going to be the grand champion for 2024 here at Empire Dragway.
And before you turn that music on, Justin, I got a little bit of something here. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Pro, Super Pro. We're ready for you. Come on up to staging lanes 6 and 7. Overflow in staging lanes 8 and 9. That is Super Pro, Super Pro, Super Pro to staging lanes 6 and 7. And the overflow to 8 and 9. Street, you guys are going to be on standby. Street, you guys are on standby. Juniors come up to staging lane 1. Junior finals. That's Riley Gregory and Dangers Dylan Schwartz. Come on up to staging lane 1. And Mod Gas. Come back up to the stage lanes. We're ready for you guys. Mod Gas, we're ready for you guys. here they come. Our junior finalist. Rolling past the burnout box here. Gonna be Dangerous Dylan Schwartz in the Insinger right lane. And Riley Gregory in the Lamb Pro left. Dangerous Dylan dialed in at a 797. Riley going to be dialed in at 809.
Riley, currently #1 in junior dragster points, as she was tied with Nico Giordano, as she has now stretched that lead 4 rounds. Can she make it 5? With only 3 more points races remaining. Well, 2 more points races remaining after today. Is 5 rounds going to be enough of a lead? As Riley goes 19 thou red, giving the win over to Dangerous Dylan Schwartz, who is 73 thou away from perfect and 3 above the predicted dial-in time. All right, Super Pro, we got another one for you. Best total package in competition is going to get you a $100 bonus. That's right. Thanks to the Shittenden family, Tom's Truck and Auto, and Brandon's Auto and Collision. The Shittendens putting up $100 on top of everything we are already giving away, on top of the $3,200 that we are going to be racing for in the Marina Super Pro Memorial Race. Jeffrey is going to be giving out a $50 gift certificate that Brad Perkins has donated for the best appearing car. Trevor, he's got best reaction time in the rounds of eliminations. You get a cool $100 bill. And the Hanoi Falls Napa has put together a gift basket for the last woman standing in Super Pro. As Super Pro lines up in the lanes, we are going to roll into Mod Gas final action. That's right, our final for the first set of races we do here on a Saturday morning at Empire Dragway. We've already crowned a mini long and skinny champion. We crowned a Consi champion. We've already crowned a Nostalgia Gas champion, and here we go, picking our final winner in the first set of races here at Empire Dragway before we go rolling into the rest of the WDRA points racing. Lynn Salisbury, the Danger Ranger, the grandfather of Sam DeMario. Sam in the Camaro, 599, going to be chasing down Pops. 670 in the Danger Ranger. $90 to a 26. Sam DeMario.
And here we go. First round of time trials for the Super Pro category. Pulling into the burnout box. That's going to be Kane Gregory in the Insinger right, going up with Tommy Calabrese, who's in the Lamb Pro left. This is only the first round of time trials, meaning all of the passes here are strictly for the data. the Marina Schillinger Memorial Race going on here. Don't forget, Honeyway Falls has a gift basket for the last standing woman. Trevor Wees, the Muffin Man, best reaction time, going to be getting $100 for the elimination rounds. And then a $50 certificate for the best appearing race car put up by Brad Perkins, going to be awarded and chosen by Jeffrey Schillinger. Kane Gregory, 11 off the tree, going to get a 5:06. 135 miles an hour. Tommy Calabrese, 640. 107 miles an hour. We'd like to thank a few sponsors that allowed us to have this Super Pro race for Marina Schillinger. We'd like to go ahead and thank Empire Dragway's very own Jerry and Clara, Lakeview Construction, Staub's Automotive, Gunther Automotive, Arango Towing, Precision Crankworks, Tony's Muffler Brake and Tires, Castle Products, Gates Towing Service and Fleet, Empire Supercharged Bracketeers, T&L Excavating and Paving, Dan and Adam Germano, and Argo Family Racing. Thank you for sponsoring the Marina Schillinger Memorial Race we're going to be having here today. How about Craig Chatterton getting a 4:27 on that last pass there in the Insinger right? Bringing up our next competitors here for the first round of time trials. Daniel Fuller in the Lamb Pro left, driving the dragster. Going to be going up with Andy DeWild, who's in the Insinger right, driving the door car. .009 the wrong way to an 18. Doesn't matter here, just for the data. Still fun to watch. 7:02 from Andy down at the top end. Daniel gonna get a 5:06. Now we got Brody Heinrich, one of the Heinrich family members in the Lamb Pro left in the dragster, going up against Bob Barber in the Insinger right lane, driving the Bag Company Camaro. And there they go down to the top end. They are flying 5:25 from Brody Heinrich. Bob Barber going to get a 5:70. Next up at the tree, we got Beth Seswick in the Insinger right, driving one of the head knocker vehicles up against Tom Kura, who's in the Lamb Pro left lane. Off the tree they go. Beth gonna go 22 away from perfect, and as they get down to the top end, Tom gonna get a 5:49 at 125 miles an hour. Beth gonna get a 6:50 at 104 miles per hour.
Jeff Griffo and Rick Mann pulling up to the tree. Now Rick Mann in the unfinished business Camaro in the Insinger right lane. Jeff Griffo, the Griffo Painting S10 in the Land Pro left lane. $28 thou too soon was Griffo. Rick Mann, he was 6 thou away from perfect, but red as well. Frank Cartonia and Gary Check. Gary out of Rochester, New York in the 64 Nova. Frank out of Collinsville in the Mach 1. Frank, 148 thou too soon as the wheels come up, and he goes down track at a 595 at 112 miles an hour. Gary Check, though, 2 thou away from a perfect light. Goes a 549 at 126.
Oh, yeah.
Matt Himes, the Deja Vu Boo Wagon in the Insinger right lane. Going up against driver unknown in the long and skinny. First round time trial action. All for the data. Doesn't matter how you do, whether you're green, you're red, you're fast, or you're slow. It's just to see what you're going to do in the round that counts. The final time trial round before we get ready to roll into round number 1 of eliminations. 18 to a 14. The long and skinny was better off the tree, but only by 0.004 of a second. And down at the top on a 507 at 133 miles an hour.
Greg Curl in the Insinger right. And William Balzer in the Lamb Pro left. As they get down to the top end, Will Balzer going to get a 704. Greg Girl going to get a 470 at 145 miles an hour.
And here comes a battle of the father and son. That's right, Dave and Zach Finero, both of Lakeview Construction, out there at the tree now. Dave Finero, the Chevy 2 in the Lamb Pro left lane. Zach Finero, his son, the Insinger right lane, in the Camaro. 39 to an 18 too soon. As they get down to the top and a 549 to a 554 through the first round of time trial.
Topless, Demi, and Tenora in the Insinger right lane, driving the Chop Top Camaro. Going up against Tom Frank, who's in the Lamb Pro left lane. Dave Balzer, Don Keekle. 25 to a 12. And down at the top end, Don Keekle. Going to get a 491. Dave Balzer, a 557.
And here comes racing Ron Schillinger. The Land Pro left lane, the Ford Thunderbird out to make its first hit. Going up against Jim Clock. Jim over in the Insinger right lane. Well, the car not holding at the line for Ron Schillinger. As he goes A to B to make sure that the wheels are still turning straight. And it looks like a fair amount of smoke down at the top end for Ron Schillinger. And here comes Howie Samard. Howie in the Land Pro left lane going to take his first whack down the track in the big body Chevy. Going up against Scott Church in the long and skinny. Howie, 10th out away from perfect. Scott was 34 up front. And down at the top end.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Streetcars, we're ready for you. Coming up the staging lanes 4 and 5. Streetcars, we're ready for you. That's attention in the pits. Streetcars, we're ready for you in staging lanes 4 and 5. Streetcars, you guys are coming up to the staging lanes 4 and 5, and Supercharged Bracketeers, you guys are on standby. Supercharged Bracketeers, you guys are on standby. Warm up the cars. Just don't warm them up in the return lane. And back on the track, we got Pistol Pete Maduri in the Insinger right lane going up against Unknown Driver in the Lam Pro left lane. $25 to a 28 the wrong way. Pistol beat Maduri, going a little too quick off the bulb there and down at the top, and he's going to get a 549, while the Land Pro left going to get a 701. Another friendly reminder, we have a 50-50 going on. That's right, there is a 50-50 going on. If you are interested in potentially winning or just buying into the 50-50, head on over to the Fuel Building. It's the only building that doesn't sell food over behind the bleachers. You cannot miss it. Head on over there and get yourself a 50-50 ticket. And we also have a few more things being put up that I'm going to remind you about one more time. For the Super Pro category, Rich Chittenden put $100 up to the best package. Thank you to Rich Auto and Truck, as well as Brandon's Auto and Collision. Honeyway Falls Napa has also got a gift basket for the last woman standing. So the last woman standing in the Super Pro category going to be getting a gift basket. Trevor Weisner, also known as Wheeze, or the Muffin Man up in the tower, putting up $100 to the best reaction time during eliminations round, not for time trials. And then a $50 gift certificate put up by Brad Perkins for the best appearing race car, going to be awarded and chosen by Jeffrey Schillinger. This is all for the Marina Schillinger Memorial Race we got going on here today at Empire Dragway. There's Peter Van Balen and Daryl Gilbert taking a stab at their time trial here. Getting down to the top end, Pete Van Balen going to get a 607. Daryl Gilbert going to get a 656. $29 off the tree there, Anne-Marie Nugent. Going to get a 573 down at the top end. Don Weemy going to get a 524. Joe Masulo, Mysterious Masulo, in the Ed Singer right lane. Going up against Mike Mitchell on the Land Pro left. .002 from Mysterious Joe Masulo, and as he gets down to the top end, going to get a 488 at 138 miles an hour. Land Pro left. Mitchell going to get a 583. And here is Angelo Ragusa in the Land Pro left lane going up against Steve Dawes, who's going to be in the Insinger right lane. Just getting some data in our first round of time trials here. $16 off the tree for Steve Dawes, and as they get down to the top end, Steve going to get a 491. Angelo going to get a 535. Brandon Chittenden lined up in the Land Pro left lane driving the truck. Going up against Killer Ken Imali. Killer Ken in the Insinger right lane, driving the third hurdler. $37 to $159. Killer Ken Imali getting down to the top. I'm going to get a 646. Marina Schillinger a 595. $56 to $53. Eric Macaroli with a 3,000 advantage over Christopher Scarlatta. Down at the top end, Scarlatta going to get a 552 and Eric Macaroli a 582. Gotcha. Samard Jr. in the Land Pro left. Unknown driver Nansinger right. Right lane gonna go 002 off the tree and down at the top end a 637 while the Land Pro left hits a 665. Vincent Giordano, Land Pro left lane going up with Doug Linden. Doug Linden in the Insinger right lane. $14 to a 008 the wrong way. And as they get down to the top end, how about a 608 for Mr. Giordano? There goes Bob Toohey. Josh Williams. Josh in the Insinger right. Bob in the Land Pro left. As they get down to the top end, Bob 579 and how about a 529 for Josh Williams. And attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Supercharged Bracketeers, you guys are on standby. Supercharged Bracketeers, you guys are on standby. Warm them up, but don't warm them up on the return road. Supercharged Bracketeers, you guys are on standby. Dennis O'Brien. Land Pro left lane going up with Matt Constable, who's in the Unsinger right lane. $15 to a 002. 13,000 separates them and down at the top end. How about a 527 for Matt Constable? 560 for Dennis O'Brien. How about Johanna Cottrell? Get up there in the Land Pro left. Up with Chris Scarlatta, who's in the Insinger right. A dragster and a door car for the round of time trials we got going on here. This is the first round, strictly for the data. $13 to a 26. $495 down at the top end for Chris Scarlatta. Johanna Cottrell, a $591. Zal Gaiman in the Land Pro left going up against Pat Hiscock in the Insinger right lane. Zal Gaiman in the hard hitting daddy, Pat Hiscock in the Pilgrim. Chuck Mandola and Ed McLeaf. Ed lined up at the tree in the Land Pro left, driving the dragster. Chuck going to be in the Insinger right, driving the truck. The S10. And attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Supercharged Bracketeers, we're ready for you up in the staging lanes. Supercharged Bracketeers, we're going to have you 9 and 10 in the hot car side. That is Supercharged Bracketeers to 9 and 10 in the hot pits, hot car side. Supercharged Bracketeers, now's your time. Get them on up to the staging lanes. 9 and 10, the hot car side. Pro, you guys are going to be on standby. Attention in the pits. Pro, you guys are going to be on standby. And there goes Jacob Edwards with a 001 off the tree. Jade Subjinski in the Land Pro left to 594 down at the top end for Edwards. Subjinski going to get a 627. Wayne Cleveland and Lambro left up at the tree, going up with Ross Brooker, who's going to be in the Insinger right lane. $0069 to $0057. 12,000 separates them and down at the top end. Wayne Cleveland going to get a 578, and how about a 590 for Booker? And here comes Keith Cleveland, the other Cleveland, in the Land Pro left, going up with Sean Beatty, who's going to be in the Insinger right lane. 005 from Sean. And as they get him down to the top end, how about a 663 for him? And Keith Cleveland going to get a 690. Money Mark Talmadge coming up to the tree in the end singer right. And Billy Balzer Jr. in the Lamb Pro left. Greg Giordano and Matt Gregory. Gregory in the Jones Mobile and the end singer right. Giordano in his dragster. How about a 0004 for Craig Giordano? It is only the first round of time trial, so it does not count. But it's still great to see nonetheless. He's firing off. Going to get a 482 down at the top end, going 142 miles per hour. Paul Coachy driving the Coachy Mobile in the in-singer right lane, going up with Sam Capizzi Jr., who's going to be in the Lamb Pro left lane. .160 to a 42. Coachy get off quicker at the tree there and down at the top end. How about a 627 for him and a 604 for Capizzi? And attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Supercharged Bracketeers, we're ready for you up in the staging lanes. Come on up to staging lanes 9 and 10 in the hot car side. Supercharged Bracketeers. That's Supercharged Bracketeers. Come on up to staging lanes 9 and 10 in the hot car side. We are ready for you. .009 from Bill Lieber. Getting down to the top end, going to get a 604. Jessica Bennett with a 463. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Pro, you guys are on standby. Pro. You guys are on standby. Get them heated up. We're going to be calling you a little bit. Supercharged Bracketeers, we're ready for you up in the staging lanes. Come on up to staging lanes 9 and 10 in the hot car side. That's Supercharged Bracketeers. Come on up to staging lanes 9 and 10 in the hot car side. Now back on the track, we got the street category getting their first round of time trials. That's going to be Jim Zag in the Insinger right lane. And there they go. How about an 827 for Jim? Lampro left, a 789. And now that's Tyler Spilek in the Insinger right and Justin Sass in the Lampro left. Justin Sass, our announcer buddy up in the tower, taking a stab now. And his Chevy S10 going to go down. 12 off the tree to a 004 from Tyler Spilek. The truck keeping up with that Stang. And as they get down to the top end, Justin Sass getting a 761. Tyler Spilek a 764. And that's going to be Ken Bacon in the It's Bacon Mobile in the Lampro left lane. And unknown driver in the Insinger right lane. $84 to a 76. And as they get down to the top end, how about a 778 for the Insinger right and a 788 for the Lampro left. And attention, you cannot be standing in the grass down near the finish line. Do not be standing near the track down near the finish line. You can't be in the grass down there. It is a safety issue. So please step off down there. We would appreciate it very much. Thank you. And back to that racing action. How about Jim Barnick? Going to get a 755 and Andy Bayman a set 950. All right, and attention in the pits, Pro, now is your calling. Pro, come on up to the stage lanes 2 and 3, overflow 4 and 5. That's going to be Pro. We're ready for you guys up here. Come on up to stage lanes 2 and 3, and then overflow into the 4 and 5. That is Pro to 2 and 3, and overflow into 4 and 5. Now back to our street time trials here. We got DJ Razor or Tim Markle. I can't tell on the Lampro left. Rolling it down the track up against the Insinger right lane. And a reminder to the street cars down in the staging lanes, please turn your AC off before you go down the track. You cannot go down the track with your AC on. So please make sure you turn your AC off before you go down the track. That one was to the staging lanes or anybody that's going to be running in the street category. Please make sure your AC is turned off before you go down the track. It's nice to keep it nice for our other drivers. Our Empire Dragway staff work very hard to make sure it's perfect, and a part of that is making sure the AC is turned off before you make your pass. Here's half-ass Eddie Semlich and Lampro left going up. Brad Perkins in the Insinger right, getting down to the top end. 8:52 from half-ass Eddie. Brad at 11:35. And attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Pro. We are ready for you guys up in the stage lanes. This is your second calling. Pro. Heading up to the stage lanes 2 and 3, 4 and 5 for the overflow. That's staging lanes 2 and 3, 4 and 5 for the overflow. That is pro to stage lanes 2 and 3, 4 and 5 overflow. And attention in the pits. 495. You guys are going to be on standby. The 495, run what you brung. You guys are on standby. We're going to be calling you up here very shortly. That is the 495, run what you brung. On standby. And here come the supercharged. And here come the supercharged bracketeers getting their first round time trials. And attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Pro. This is another calling to you guys. Pro. Coming up to stage lanes 2 and 3. Pro, get on up to the stage lanes 2 and 3. Overflow into 4 and 5. That's pro. To stage lanes 2 and 3. And overflow into 4 and 5. This is your calling.
First round of Supercharged Bracketeers going down track. 476 to a 460 by the altered in the Insinger right lane. Mark Hawk, the man behind the altered machine. Here comes Bill Stevens and Chuck McMahon. Bill Stevens, a heavy pick-em-up truck in the Land Pro left lane. Backing up past, out from the 330 where he finished his burnout. Chuck McMahon, the Corvette, in the Insinger right lane, patiently waiting for his first test hit. And attention in the pits, Pro, if you're not in the lanes, you are late. We're running you next. Pro competitors, come on down to the staging lanes. Pro competitors, come on down to the staging lanes. Bill Stevens in. Chuck McMahon not far behind. McMahon out of the hole like it's on fire. 472, 140 miles an hour. Bill Stevens, well, he got woken up by that one. 486 at 146 miles an hour. And attention in the pits, Pro, if you can hear me, you need to hear me now. Pro competitors, you guys should be down in the staging lanes. Pro competitors, come on down to the staging lanes. And attention in the pits, 495. Come on down to 11 and 12 on the hot car side. 495. We need you to 11 and 12 on the hot car side. 495 index racers, please come on down 2 lanes, 11 and 12 hot car side for your first time trial. Just doing a little quick track maintenance. Make sure everything's absolutely perfect out there here at Empire Dragway. Before we go rolling into pro competition. Pro action. Rolling out of the water box and up to the tree, the first to do it. How about a couple 2 wheels? That's right, Joel Rivera and Avi Rivera. Joel in the Lamb Pro left lane, Avi in the Insinger right lane. Joel Rivera backing out of the tree for some reason. Not going to get any numbers on this pass as Avi was 14th thou away from perfect and goes 562 at 124 miles an hour.
Now here's Omar Rivera in the Lamb Pro left up with Joe Bellardo in the Insinger right lane. 003 to a 99 off the tree here. Joe getting off quick. And down at the top end, how about a 631 for Omar? And a 702 for Joe. Kelly Schwartz. Gonna take a right. Richard Bracy. Down at the top end. They go. How about a 659 for the Lambro left? And a 744 for the Insinger right.
Chris Adams and Dan Frank rolling up to the tree this time. Chris Adams, the Land Pro left lane. Vega. Going to see what it can do in 660 feet. Dan Frank, the Insinger right lane. Up for the same information. 007, the reaction time. Out of Chris Adams as he goes down track. 10th thou away from perfect was Dan Frank, but he went red. 7:17, the quick time at 94 miles an hour. Brandon I. Malley just got done runnering up in Nostalgia Gas earlier today, going up against George Picos. George, the Insinger right lane, the Corvette, going to see what it's going to do all day long. Jerry Sarcusia, the Roadster in the Land Pro left lane. Was also a competitor in Mod Gas earlier today. $37 to 144 the reaction times from up here. And down there, 5:73 the quick time, 117 miles an hour.
And that's going to be Chuck White driving the UPS truck in the Land Pro left, going up against Rob Brooks, who's going to be in the Insinger right.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Pro. Super Pro, you guys are on standby. Super Pro, you guys are on standby. And attention in the pits, attention in the pits, Super Pro. Super Pro, it was a short standby. We want to see you down in the staging lanes. Come on down to 6 and 7, 8, 9. 6, 7, 8, 9. Super Pro, Super Pro, Super Pro. Come on down to 6, 7, 8, 9 for your round that counts. That's right, the final time trial round here at Empire Dragway. Super Pro, Super Pro. Come on down to the staging lanes. Mike Lomas and Lynn Salisbury. Mike, the financial guys. And Urbino Racing Machine in the Land Pro left lane. Going up against Lynn Salisbury, the Danger Ranger, over in the Insinger right lane. $14 to a $46.
And here comes Dave Connors. That's right, Dave Connors from Dave's Pool Service, also known as Dave the Pool Boy. Up in the Land Pro left lane, going up with Shaquan Bradwell, who's going to be in the Insinger right lane. Double 04 from Dave as they roll him on down to the top end. 636 at 106 miles an hour, and Shaquan going to get a 619 at 109 miles per hour. That's going to bring up our next few competitors here. Joey Haynes in the Insinger right lane, and Karen Eisenhower in the Land Pro left lane. It's breakfast. Wait a second. It's bacon. That's right. No, it's not. That's neither. That's actually Sam DeMario. Is it a bird? Is it a plane? No, it's Sam DeMario II in the Land Pro left. Going up against unknown driver in the Insinger right lane. $50 to a $46. 4,000 separates them as they take them on down to the top end. Sam DeMario, how about a 6 flat? Insinger right lane, a 733.
Joe Buchella and Ozzie Williams rolling up to the tree this time. Joe Buchella, the Pontiac Firebird, put it in the winner's circle last week in no box. Ozzie Williams, a frequent flyer here at Empire Dragway. 664 is my guess in this first time trial for Ozzie Williams dart. $48 thou away from perfect, the wrong way for Ozzie Williams, as he goes to 664 with a 0 as predicted. Joe Buchella, 26 thou away from perfect, and goes 644 at 104 miles an hour. Money Mark Talmadge, Killer Ken Imalley. 22 too soon to a 42 right as well. As Money Mark was closer to the green light. 620, 109 miles an hour. 595 for the Turd Hurdler Chevelle. Here comes Mike Hickey, the Duster in the Insinger right lane, going up against Sam Capizzi Jr. in the Dodge Daytona Super Stocker. Well, after some small technical errors, both cars staged and ready to go. The tree comes down. Mike Hickey and Sam Capizzi away and running. 606 to a 671. Down at the top end. Super Pro, Super Pro. You guys need to come on down to 6, 7, 8, and 9. Super Pro, Super Pro. 6, 7, 8, and 9. We need you down to 6, 7, 8, and 9. Super Pro, this is your round that counts. That's right, the final time trial for Super Pro. This is going to be for all the marbles going into round number 1. The best reaction time, going to get the wait and see by in the $3,200 to win Marina Schillinger Memorial Super Pro Shootout here at Empire Dragway. Ryan Ricketson, he was almost perfect. 8-10 thou away from a perfect light, but he went red before he went green. 671 at 101 miles an hour. Fast Eddie not that far behind. He was 856 at 78 miles an hour. And your final car down the track, Dave DeGabriella. The 84 El Camino over in the Insinger right lane. $69 thou away from perfect. 728, 90 miles an hour. $495. Action rolling out of the water box. Index style racing, much like you are used to seeing in Super Rod and or Comp Eliminator. Used to be a TNT Hot Rod Series. Give you the same sort of action at a 7-second index. So the name of the game for the 495 cars is who can ever run closest to the 495 index is going to be one round closer to the victory lane winner circle. Mark Town and R.C. Grattan. R.C., the Firebird in the Insinger right lane. Mark Town, the Mustang in the Land Pro left lane. $510 to a $528. Got a little bit of time to shave off that 495 index they are trying to hit as we get ready to roll into time trial number 2, the round that counts for Super Pro action. Peter, what do we got going on in Super Pro besides the $3,200 we'll be putting in the winner's hand?
We got a lot of things going on for Super Pro. We got Honeyaway Falls, Napa, putting up a gift basket for the last woman standing to the last woman standing in the Super Pro category. going to be getting a gift basket. Trevor Wees, also known as the Muffin Man,
The Muffin Man.
putting up $100 to the best reaction time during eliminations rounds only. So the best reaction time in eliminations going to be getting $100 from the Muffin Man. And there's also a $50 gift certificate for the best appearing race car, put up by Brad Perkins and awarded and chosen by Jeffrey Schillinger. But wait, there's one more thing that we recently got put up for our
That's
Super
right.
Pro.
Another awesome family making the stakes for this race just a little bit sweeter. Peter, what did they give us, and who are they?
We got $100 to the best package put up by the Chittenden family. Thank you to Rich Auto and Truck, as well as Brandon Auto and Collision.
What a great family. All of the people who have helped us here for the Schillinger Memorial Race, a bunch of sponsors. We want to thank Jerry and Clara especially. Lakeview Construction, Stobbs Automotive, Gunther Automotive, Orango Automotive, Precision Crankworks, Tony's Muffler Brake and Tire, Castle Products. Huge fan of those up here in the tower. Gates Towing Services and Fleet, Empire Supercharged Bracketeers, T&L Excavating and Paving, Dan and Adam Germano, and Argo Family Racing. A lot of great people making a lot of great additions to what is going to be one of the greatest Super Pro races we do here at Empire Dragway for one of the greatest women to have ever walked the drag strip here at Empire Dragway. As we remember Marlena all day long here with Ron and Jeffrey and the rest of the Schillinger clan at Empire Dragway. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're hungry, the concessions are open. We are doing a 50-50, so if you want to get in on that, make sure you get your tickets from the Fuel Building. It's the only building on the property where you cannot consume the things they sell you. That's right. But if you are hungry, go over to the main grandstand concessions and get yourself a hot dog, cheeseburger, tater tots, french fries, chicken fingers, and anything else your little heart could desire as we get ready to start round number 2 at time trials for Super Pro competition.
And here they come. The Super Pro competitors for the round that counts. That's right, round number 2 of time trials. Quickest reaction time gets to wait and see bye into the first round. And here they come. That's going to be Kane Gregory in the Ensinger right and Brad Perkins in the Land Pro left. Triple 02 from Brad Perkins. Wow, that's going to be a tough one to beat. Brad not leaving a lot of room for our other drivers to try and beat him. They can only beat him by going 0001 or perfect.
Bradley Napkins trying to take that wait and see bye. Quick and early. 0002, 210 thou. The only way to beat him is to be 110 thou or perfect. That's it. Just 2 options outside of that. You're pulling up and racing whoever is next to you. 009 was McCutcheon's. And down track, a 552 at 122 miles an hour.
And there's Bob Barber driving the back company in the Insinger right lane. Going up with Daryl Gilbert in the Lamb Pro left lane. Triple 05 from Rick Mann. Very good reaction time, but still not quick enough to beat Brad Perkins, who had triple 02. That's the time to beat. Not a lot of room to beat it. The only way you can beat it is by being triple 01 or perfect. And the first one to be perfect gets the wait and see bye round.
Daniel Fuller and Rick Mann. Daniel Fuller, the long and skinny in the Lamb Pro left lane. Rick Mann, the Camaro in the Insinger right lane. 006 for Rick Mann, as he goes 556 at 122.
Michael Mitchell in the Insinger right. In Tom Crewer in the Lamb Pro left. Taking a stab at Brad Perkins. Triple 02 reaction time. $18 to a 64 off the tree there. And as they get down to the top end, how about a 550 for Tom? Mike with a 581. Gordy Draper up in the Lamb Pro left. And Frank Cartonia in the Insinger right. $22 to a 28. And how about a 522 for Gordy? Frank getting a 597. And that's going to bring up Tommy Calabrese in the Insinger right. And Dirty Dan Heinrich in the Lamb Pro left. And also another friendly reminder, there's a 50-50 going on. That's right. If you want to take a stab at it and get a chance to win some money, go over and buy yourself a ticket in the Fuel Building. That's right, in the Fuel Building. We're going to be selling 50-50 tickets.
It'll be your last friendly reminder. After that, we're going to get a little more aggressive about it. If you don't want to buy 50-50, we might have a problem.
I think we might have a problem.
That's right. You got to get in on that 50-50 if you want a chance to win all the money that we are going to be doing the split for. And here comes Howie Samard. Howie, the big body Chevy in the Lamb Pro left lane, going up against Mysterious Joe Masulo. 008 to a 0092 soon. As Howie Samard goes green, 628, 107. The long and skinny got there first, though. 488 at 139. Beth Seswick and Anne-Marie Nugent. Anne-Marie, the Camaro in the Insinger right lane. Beth, a former 97 Rock employee of the day and the head knocker machine, in the Lampro left lane. 0002, the best reaction time we've seen out of Brad Perkins. He was the first car down the track. 0007 is Anne-Marie, as she is 5 thou too late to try and take that number one spot. 570, 121 miles an hour. As Beth wasn't too far behind, she was 646 at 105.
Bill Pitts in the Insinger right and Wayne Cleveland in the Land Pro left. Triple 08. We're seeing a lot of triple O's here. Many will try, but only one will prosper getting that wait and see by. Right now it is Brad Perkins. There's many people trying to take a stab at it.
Jim Clock and Ross Booker. Ross, the Insinger right lane in the Roadster. Clock, the Land Pro left lane in the Chevy. We've seen about 5 000 lights in Super Pro, but Brad Perkins has the best. 0002, the reaction time to beat. How about a pair of 15s, though, across the board? 15 with an 8 and 15 with a 5. As Ross Booker gets the Roadster down there first. 586 at 115 miles an hour. Dave Balzer up to the tree this time, going up against Brian Maller. Brian, the dragster, the longest getting in the Insinger right lane. Dave Balzer, the Land Pro left lane. 24 to a 12. 12 thou separated them. Maller got the best reaction time out of the two as he gets down there first. 505 at 133 miles an hour.
Now we got Keith Cleveland coming up in the Land Pro left. Going up with topless Timmy Antonora. That's right, the chop top Camaro in the Insinger right lane. How about a 33 from Keith? Off the tree there. 33 away from perfect. Far away from Brad. And as they get down to the top end, topless Timmy, a 662. Keith, a 693. And how about Zach Finero in the Lamb Pro left? Going up against Josh Williams in the Ensinger right. Another triple O from Josh Williams. It was a 0008 that time, though. A lot of triple O's. Like I said, many will try, but only one will succeed. Right now, Brad Perkins sitting on top with a 0002. Someone's coming to take a stab at it. A lot more people will try. Many will fail. Maybe someone will get it, but maybe someone won't. 0002 is really tough to beat, but it's not impossible. How about a 001 from Bob Toohey? Dave Finero, who's in the Lamb Pro left, going to get a 229. Now about a 552 down at the top end. And that's going to be Zell Gaiman in the Lamb Pro left and Sean Beatty in the Ensinger right lane. How about a 530 for Zell Gaiman? No one beat Brad yet.
And the trip zip light count keeps growing. 5 in total so far. Brad Perkins still has the best one. 0002, the reaction time to beat. And the 2 trying to beat it up to the tree right now. That is Tom Frank in the Lamb Pro left lane going up against White Doug Linden in the Bel Air over in the Ensinger right lane. .003 the wrong way for Tom Frank as White Doug was 006, 508 at 134 miles an hour. And here comes Nick Besaw driving the Killer B Bel Air wagon. Looks like it's going under a little bit of a facelift. Not sure what's going to happen or come of that. Whether we're going to see that before the end of the year or it's going to be something we get to see next year. Brandon Chittenden, him and Tom put up the $100 for the best package in eliminations. For the Marina Schillinger Super Pro $3,200 to win shootout here today. 12 to a 25. Chittenden was behind, but not for long as he jumps out in front. 593, 113 to Mr. Besaw's 7 flat at 97 miles an hour. Alex Lepp and Jeff Griffo. Alex Lepp, the Ensinger right lane. Jeff Griffo, the Griffo painting S10 in the Lamb Pro left lane. 005 for Lep. Griffo, 23 up front. 632 at 107 to the 576 over in the Insinger right lane at 116 miles an hour. Chucky White, 16 thou away from perfect as Matt Gregory was 20 thou, only 4 thou behind him. But down at the top end, Gregory got there first, 581, 116. Chucky not 5 though, 651 at 104. Peter Van Balen going by himself. Going to see if he can do better than a 002 reaction time to knock Brad Perkins off of his high horse. The best reaction time we've seen off the top bulb. And Peter, 0082 soon. Down track, a 608 at 111 miles an hour. And here comes a battle of new versus old. That's right. Don Weemy out of Rochester in the front engine dragster. The old technology still put to use here at Empire Dragway in the search for $3,200. And Steve Doss, the mini, long, and skinny. We call them stubbies. That's right. The half a wheelbase dragster over in the Insinger right lane. Tens across the board for both of them. Throw a 6 on the back of both, and they were dead even out of the hole. 489 137 was your quick time, though, by Steve Doss. Don Weemy, he wasn't far behind him. 524 at 129 at the top end. Greg Curl pulling up in the Land Pro left lane against Johanna Cottrell. Johanna, the Mustang, and the Insinger right lane, both drivers trying to be better than 002. $11 to a 24 as Curl is out of the hole first and down to the top end first. 469 and 146 miles an hour. And here comes Dennis O'Brien, the Lampro left lane in the Chevy, going up against the Chatterbox himself. That is Craig Chatterton. $18 to a 009. Chatterbox is away and cruising. 425 at 164. Dennis O'Brien clicks it off at a 557 at 123 miles an hour.
And here comes Don Keekle. A Land Pro left going up with Alyssa Ardillo. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Streetcars, streetcars. This is your calling. Streetcars, head on up the stage lanes 4 and 5 are ready for you. That is streetcars. Come on up the stage lanes 4 and 5. We are ready for you. How about a 24 to a 16? Brad Perkins still on top for that wait and see buy around with his 0002. Very tough to beat. He got that 0002 on the first pass here for the Super Pro class. We're still going. Racers are trying to take it. We've had a lot of 000s here. Over 5 now, I believe. And that's going to be Davey Iamale in the Land Pro left taking a stab at it, as well as Scott Church in the Insinger right taking a stab. That's going to be Jason Subjinski in the Land Pro left, and Gary Sheh in the Insinger right, trying to beat the 0002. Double 08, 2 and 11. Pistol Pete Maduri in the Insinger right, William Balzer and the Land Pro left. Our Super Pro racers, we're going to be racing a memorial race for Marina Schillinger. We got a lot going on with that. Honeyway Falls, Napa. Gift basket for the last woman standing. Trevor Weeds, also known as the Muffin Man, going to be putting $100 to the best reaction time during eliminations, and a $50 gift certificate for the best appearing race car, going to be awarded and chosen by Jeffrey Schillinger. We'd also like to go ahead and thank a few people for sponsoring the Marina Schillinger Memorial Race. We would like to thank Empire Dragway's very own Jerry and Clara, Lakeview Construction, Staub's Automotive, Gunther Automotive, Arango Towing, Precision Crankworks, Tony's Muffler Brake and Tires, Castle Products, Gates Towing Service and Fleet, Empire Supercharged Bracketeers, TNL Excavating and Paving, Dan and Adam Germano, and Argo Family Racing. Thank you guys for sponsoring our Marina Schillinger Memorial Race. Got a wonderful day ahead of us here at Empire Dragway. We got more Super Pro action coming right now for the second round of time trials. The one that counts, Brad Perkins has a 0002, which is the time to beat if someone wants to get that wait and see buy. Many have tried, many have failed, many have came close. And someone may still succeed. We got to wait and see, though. And attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Streetcars, streetcars. Head on over to staging lanes 4 and 5. That is streetcars, streetcars. Head on over to staging lanes 4 and 5. We're ready for you. One more time. That's streetcars, streetcars, streetcars. Head on over to staging lanes 4 and 5. We are ready for you. That's going to be Tom Coonley in the Lamb Pro left, back at the track. And Eric Macaroli in the Insinger right. .005 to a 21. And I have actually something else I got to tell you guys about that I didn't just mention, but it goes with the rest of that. We have something else we're giving out for a Super Pro. It's going to be $100 to the best package. That's right. Rich Chittenden, the Chittenden family, putting up $100 to the best package. So we like to thank Rich Auto and Truck as well as Brandon Auto and Collision for putting that up. We got a lot put on the line here for our racers. Also, I have a lot of information I got to throw at you here. Any driver interested in going to the bracket finals in Pittsburgh, please see Dave Finero, pit spot A280 at the end of the bleachers. You can't miss it. Go down to the end of the bleachers, and you will find Dave Finero's pit spot. Any driver that's going to be interested in going to that bracket finals, go over and see Dave. Pick up your point stickers as well at the base of the tower. And back on that last pass there, Pat Hiscock took a 004 off the tree. Taking a stab at that 002 put out by Brad Perkins, but nobody's been able to beat it. And attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Supercharged Bracketeers, you guys are going to be on standby. That is Supercharged Bracketeers, you guys are on standby. I'll be calling you guys up to the lanes shortly. That's Supercharged Bracketeers, you guys are on standby. And now we got Samar Jr. in the Lamb Pro left, and Brianna Edwards in the Insinger right. Zach Besaw in the Lamb Pro left, Chuck Mandola in the Insinger right. .008 to a 19, 11,000 separates them at the tree, but neither of them close to Brad. Brad's got to be feeling pretty good right now about that 002. We got drivers taking a stab at it, trying to take it from him, though. Vincent Giordano in the Lamb Pro left. And Subjinski. Actually, that's Paul Kochi in the Insinger right. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Supercharged Bracketeers. This is your calling. Coming up to the staging lanes 9 and 10 in the hot car side. That's going to be Supercharged Bracketeers coming up to the staging lanes 9 and 10 to the hot car side. We're ready for you. One more time. That's Supercharged Bracketeers up to the staging lanes 9 and 10 in the hot car side. We are ready for you. How about Jacob Edwards? I'm Molly taking a stab. Gonna go 587 down at the top end for Jacob. And how about a 660 for Markle? And now here we got Matt Constable in the Lamb Pro left and Money Mark Talmadge in the Insinger right. $11 to a 0004 Mark Talmadge. Money Mark Talmadge is going to go 0004 the wrong way. Really trying to get Brad Perkins. Perfect time here. But not quite going to do it. And now we got Phil Scarlatta in the Insinger right lane. And Killer Ken Imale driving the third hurdler in the Lamb Pro left. $22 to a 47. Ed McLeaf in the Lamb Pro left. Chris Scarlatta in the Insinger right. $005 to a 32. As I get down to the top end, how about a 475 for Ed McLeaf? And attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Supercharged Bracketeers heading up to the staging lanes 9 and 10 in the hot pits. We are ready for you guys. That is Supercharged Bracketeers heading up to the staging lanes 9 and 10 in the hot car side. That's where we're going to have you. This is your calling. We're ready for you. That's Supercharged Bracketeers up to staging lanes 9 and 10 in the hot car side. And also Pro. You guys are going to be on standby. Pro cars, Pro category. You guys are on standby. Now here's Jessica Bennett taking a stab at Brad Perkins' 0002 reaction time. The best so far that we've seen. Going to get him the wait and see by. LS7 compete at 18 to a 14 off the tree there. Not the top, and how about a 462 for Jessica Bennett? And we're just taking care of some business down at the top end of the track. Giving me a quick second to remind you guys that we have wonderful concessions here at Empire Dragway. That's right. If you are hungry, head on over to our concession building. Get yourself a cheeseburger, nachos, french fries, chicken fingers. Whatever your heart desires, we got it for you here at Empire Dragway. There's also the merch building over there where we're going to be doing a 50-50. That's right. We're going to be pulling a 50-50 ticket. This is... Last time was the last friendly reminder, so this is a non-friendly reminder. Get over there and get your 50-50 if you plan on buying into that. It's going to be sold in the merch building or fuel building, whichever one you want to call it. And speaking of which, we do have fuel and merch over at that building. There's a lot going on over there, I know. You can buy yourself a hoodie, Empire Dragway merch, a t-shirt, whatever you're looking for. Or you can get yourself some fuel, stock up for the weekend of racing we got going on. Our Empire Dragway staff working hard to get the track ready for our drivers. As we finish up our Super Pro category, Brad Perkins with the 0002. We're going to be racing for Marina Schillinger. It is a memorial race going on today. Jeffrey. How we doing down there, Jeffrey? Have you picked your best appearing yet, Jeffrey, or you're still thinking about it, still deciding on it? He's still thinking. He's still got a little bit of thinking to do before he picked that winner. He sees a lot of nice ones out there, I bet, then. Must be a tough decision. And we're going to be back to that racing action shortly. Here we go. Back to the action. We got the car off the track. There's nothing to worry about. Our staff worked hard to make sure it was perfect for our drivers. And now, here we are. John Sierra Jr. in the Land Pro left. Bill Lieber in the Insinger right. Brad Perkins has a 0002 getting that wait-and-see buy right now. They're going to try and take a stab and beat him. They got to get a 0001 or a perfect in order to beat Brad here. Now about 11 from John Sierra Sr. Jr. off the tree there. And as they get down to the top end, he's going to get it 687. Bill Lieber, how about a 603? And that's going to bring up Ryan Rocket Ricketson in the Land Pro left and Shaquan Bradwell in the Ensinger right. 004 from Shaquan Ryan, a 002 the wrong way. How about a 617 for Shaquan and a 671 for Ryan? And now we got Reed Ricketson in the Land Pro left. Sam Capizzi Jr. in the Ensinger right. $13 to a 41. And they get down to the top end, 604 for Sam Capizzi. Reed, a 682. And that's going to bring up our last pair for Super Pro time trial round, number 2, the round that counts. Brad Perkins, first pass here, got a 0002. A very tough one to beat, and these are the last 2 people that have a shot at it. Joe Bucella, Clayton Ricketson. Clayton the Ensinger right, Joe and Land Pro left. And there they go down to the top end. Brad Perkins sitting on top, got that wait and see by with his 0002 reaction time for the Super Pro category. That's going to be bringing up our street category here in a moment after we do a tiny bit of track prep. I see Pat Butt out there making sure it's perfect. Connor, the burnout box boy, doing what he has to do on the windstorm. We got a lot of people that helped make this Marina Schillinger Memorial Race the Marina Schillinger Memorial Race possible. We'd like to go ahead and thank Empire Dragway's very own Jerry and Clara, Lakeview Construction, Staub Automotive, Gunther Automotive, Arango Towing, Precision Crankworks, Tony's Muffler, Brake and Tires, Castle Products, Gates Towing Service and Fleet, Empire Supercharged Bracketeers, TNL Excavating and Paving, Dan and Adam Germano, as well as Argo Family Racing. Thank you guys for sponsoring the Marina Schillinger Memorial Race. And here come our street competitors. This is the second round of time trials, so same go for these guys as it was for Super Pro. Quickest reaction time. I'm going to get the wait and see buy into the first round. That's going to be half-assed Eddie Semlich in the Insinger right and unknown driver in the Lamb Pro left. A 13 to 20, 13 being the best time so far from Lamb Pro left lane, who's going to be car number 1459. And that's going to bring up Justin Sass in the Lamb Pro left lane. Our announcer buddy up in the tower who's taking a stab in his Chevy down there. And he's going to get a 28 on the tree there. Quick, but not quick enough to beat the 1459 car number. That got a 13.6. How about a 766 at 88 miles an hour for that truck, too? Goes a lot faster than you'd imagine. And that brings up Andy Beeman in the Lamb Pro left and Harold Snyder in the Insinger right. 13's the time to beat. .26 to 002 the wrong way, though. Car number 1459 still on top. .1454 with that 13.6. Here comes two more drivers trying to beat it. Going to get a 92 on the tree there to a 270. Jim Zag. Jim Parnick, Tim Markle. Tim Markle, 001 with a 4, the new best reaction time. Put him on top for that wait and see buy. That's Tyler Spilek with a 15. Looks like the Lamb Pro left going to be having some issues here. They're checking it out. Pat Bud getting under the car, doing what he needs to do. Our Empire Dragway staff always working hard. Make sure our drivers have safe passes. Everything goes right. From here to the 660 feet down at the end of the pure perfection we call Empire Dragway. Looks like they're going to try to push it off the track here. They're going to do what they need to do, get that car off the track here so they can work on it. And we'll be back with that street racing action very shortly. And attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Pro. This is your calling. Come on up to the staging lanes 2, 3, 4, and 5. That is pro competitors. Come on up to the staging lanes. We're ready for you to 2, 3, 4, and 5. That's pro. The staging lanes 2, 3, 4, and 5. And 495, you guys are going to be on standby. That is the 495. You guys are going to be on standby. There goes Ken Bacon, 66 off the tree.
Ladies and gentlemen, don't forget we have 50-50. That's right, we are doing 50-50. If you want 50-50, we are going around the pit, selling it by golf cart. And also, if you aren't waiting for the golf cart to come around, come on down to the fuel building, and we will give you that 50-50 ticket that might give you a chance to win half the money that we have raised there in the 50-50 pot. Supercharged bracketeers hanging out in the staging lanes, getting ready for their second qualifying attempt. It is hot. Mark Hawk and Ron Seswick out past the 60-foot cone with those big, beautiful smoky burnouts. Mark Hawk, the altered in the Lampro left lane. Ron Seswick, the head knocker Chevy Nova 2 in the Insinger right lane. Mark Hawk looking to have some technical issues there before the car staged and went down track. Ron Seswick, though, 481, 153 miles an hour. Ladies and gentlemen, that phenomenon there, besides the rollout, was called tire shake. And if you've ever been to Home Depot and you've seen that thing rattle a can around, well, that is basically what your head's doing inside those roll bars. And let me tell you, if you had a heavy night of drinking the day before, that is not what you want to feel going down track. Chuck McMahon just did his burnout. Going to go on a mechanical single. Chuck 50 thou away from perfect as he goes down track for 7,247 miles an hour. Bill Stevens. Rolling out past the 60-foot marker. Backing up in the Dodge pickup truck. Got a little, we'll say, surprised by the tree last time. That 4/10 Pro tree comes down quick as all three bulbs come on at once, and then it's a green light, and away you go. Bill Stevens going to try and better his last 4-second pass with this one right here. Bill Stevens inching his way up towards the tree. .26 thou away from perfect. And down track, he's going to shut the clock off. 485 at 146 miles an hour. Looked like he lost a little bit of something down at the top end. Possibly a blower belt or maybe another piece of the vehicle as we send a couple down top side to put some eyes on the situation. We are going to be right back with Pro Final Time Trial. That's right, the round that counts. The best reaction time going to be sitting pretty on the wait and see by, and the first person to go perfect on the tree also going to be on the wait and see by. The Marina Schillinger Memorial Super Pro 3,200 to win shootout here at Empire Dragway. Our WDRA points classes as well, as we will be right back with race and action in just a little bit. And attention in the pit. Speaking of the Marina Schillinger Memorial Shootout, Jeffrey has made his pick, ladies and gentlemen. Drum roll, please, Peter. We'll work on the special effects.
That was a weak drum roll.
It was worth a shot. I was happy you were there for it, Peter. Thank you. Jeffrey's pick is in for the best-looking car in Super Pro. Mr. Rick Mann, we need you to bring that beautiful Camaro down to Victory Lane so we can get a couple pictures of that bad boy. You're going to go home with $100 extra. So if you could bring your car down to the winner's circle, Rick Mann, we would like to take a few pictures, and thank you, everyone, for coming again and supporting the Marina Schillinger Memorial Race here at Empire Dragway. Peter, who can we thank for putting this race on?
We got quite a few people to thank you. We'd like to give a thank you to Empire Dragway's very own Jerry and Claire, Lakeview Construction, Staub's Automotive, Gunther Automotive, Orango Towing, Precision Crankworks, Tony's Muffler and Brake and Tires, Castle Products, Gates Towing Services and Fleet, Empire Supercharged Bracketeers, TNL Excavating and Paving, Dan and Adam Germano, as well as Argo Family Racing. Thank you guys for sponsoring the Marina Schillinger Memorial Race. Looks like we got some more competitors pulling up to the burnout box here. We got our pro guys coming in. This is the second round of time trials. The round that counts, meaning quickest reaction time gets to wait and see by, same as the other rounds we've been doing here. And attention in the pits, 495, 495, 495. This is your calling. Come on up to the staging lanes 11 and 12 in the hot car side. That is 495 to lanes 11 and 12 in the hot car side.
John Sierra Jr., Richard Bracey. Richard, the Insinger right lane. John Sierra, the heavy Chevy. They call Bertha, the Land Pro left lane. 23 to a 133 as John Sierra and the pickup truck are running away. Down track, out at a 685 at 99 miles an hour. Joel Rivera and topless Timmy Antonoria, the chop top Camaro, over in the Insinger right lane. My personal favorite ride on the property. Best reaction time going to be sitting pretty on the wait and see by right now. 23 thou away from perfect is the best one we've seen out of John Sierra. And it's going to stand. Topless Timmy was 59 away from perfect as he was the best light out of the two. But it's going to be Joel Rivera getting there first. 568 at 123 miles an hour. Chris Adams and Ed Kelly. Yep, the mystery's over. That's Ed Kelly. 10 up front for Ed Kelly as he is sitting pretty on the wait and see by. Chris Adams gonna at least get the data. The car is stumbling and shutting off as he gets it fired, and away he goes. And here comes a local legend. That's right. The pool boy. That is Dave Connors, the president and CEO of Dave's Pool Services. The Silver Bullet Camaro, the Land Pro left lane, going up against George Piercos. George out of Buffalo in the Corvette. Both drivers trying to be better than 10. And neither of them are going to be. 12 thou too soon was Piercos, as Dave Connors was 32 up front. P.J. Haynes, the 5-second Camaro in the Insinger right lane. Josh Costa, the man on two wheels in the Land Pro left lane. 10 thou away from perfect is the best reaction time we've seen so far in pro competition. And that was by Ed Kelly. 11 too soon to 166 late. And Josh Costa going to cross the line first, 5:48 at 126 miles an hour. Brandon I. Malley, the Steiner Bros Bel Air. He runnered up already in Nostalgia Gas earlier today. Jerry Sarkusha in the Roadster. Both drivers going to be better than 10 on the let go to get the wait and see by. Double 0-3 too soon was I. Malley, as Jerry was 156 red on the let go. Money Mark Talmadge, and Rob Brooks. Taking a lap now. Money Mark, 23 thou away from perfect, but he was too soon on the release. As Rob Brooks in the Roadster was 77 thou away from a perfect light, but was also too quick on the let go. Lynn Salisbury and driver unknown. Danger Ranger over to Insinger right lane, piloted by Lynn Salisbury. 10 thou, the perfect reaction time so far. Who is going to be better than 10 off the bottom bulb? 17 to a 78. As Lynn is second on the release. Driver unknown got out of the hole first. But he's going to take his time going down topside, running a 9:55 at 56 miles an hour. The Danger Ranger clicked it off with a 6:73. Rowdy Reed Ricketson, the baddest off the bottom bulb out of Darien, New York. He is in the time to spare. The Land Pro left lane going up against Carl Bollinger. Carl, the Vega wagon in the Insinger right lane. 15 thou, 5 thou too slow to be your number one qualifier is Reed Ricketson, but down at the top, and he goes 683 at 98 miles an hour. Chris Neoth and Zach Besaw taking the tree. 51 to a 27. Zach Besaw got out of the hole first, but gets down to the top end sinking. Chris Neoth, the quick time out of the 2:7:04 at 95 miles an hour. Chucky White in the Matt Himes Deja Vu Boo wagon going up against Joe Bellardio. Joe out of Batavia in the Insinger right lane. Both drivers going to try and be better than 10 thou away from a perfect reaction time. $40 to a 42 too soon. As Bellardio goes red, Chucky White 648 at 105 miles an hour.
Sam DeMario the second. Joe LaPresetti. And there they go. Ed Kelly still on top with a 10. Reaction time with a 3. Ozzie Williams, 39 off the tree there. I think it's down the top end, going to go 61. A little faster than usual in his Dodge Dart. That's going to bring up half-fast Eddie Semlich in the Insinger right, going up with Mike Hickey, who's in the Lamb Pro left. $8.10 to a 30. Shaquan Bradwell in the Lamb Pro left. Unknown driver in the Insinger right. Taking a stab at the 10. Put up by Ed Kelly. And neither of them are going to hit it. And there's a 10-3 as well, but Ed Kelly got the 10-3 first. Killer Kenai Molly went for it, but Ed Kelly still on top for that wait-and-see buy. Joe Buchella. Last one up here, trying to beat that 10, get that wait-and-see buy. Double 08 from Joe Buchella, beating Ed Kelly on that last pass there. I mean, Joe Buchella going to get that wait-and-see buy into the next round.
Yeah, Joe coming off of a win last week, so he's going to keep the hot streak going. $495, the index class. Going to try and hit that magic $495 number. out for their final time trial round. R.C. Grattan and Mark Towns. Mark Towns in the Insinger right lane. Grattan in the Land Pro left lane. 495, the number to hit last pass. They both hit about a 5 flat, maybe a 512. Got to shave a few off to see if you can hit that magic number. If you go faster than it, you break out. That counts as a loss. The name of the game to be green and put on the wind lamp. But here in time trials, the last free round. After that, it's going to matter. The Firebird wheels up and wheels down out of the throttle as things are flying out of the Mustang. 532 to a 779. The elusive 495 number. Being a lot harder. And ladies and gentlemen, Super Pro, we have an announcement to make. Jerry and Clara is throwing $500 more on top of the $3,200 you guys are already racing for. So thank Jerry and Clara and everyone else who is putting on this amazing race in memory of Marina Schillinger. And attention in the pits, attention in the pits. There's only one way to get that money, and that is to be the last car in competition. And we're going to start that competition right now. Ladies and gentlemen, Super Pro to the staging lanes. Super Pro to the staging lanes. Super Pro, Super Pro, Super Pro. Come on out to 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. That's right, Super Pro. 6 lanes of you boys. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11 for the first round in the Marina Schillinger Memorial. $3,700 to win shootout here at Empire Dragway. Ladies and gentlemen, we have something very important to do before we go racing, and we like to do that every week here at Empire Dragway, and that is to remember the people who can't be here and the ones who fought for us to be able to do what we're doing week in and week out. So, ladies and gentlemen, please rise and remove your hats. Stand towards the flag and join with me as we listen to the national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the
ladies and gentlemen. We got Super Pro coming down to the lanes. We got ourselves one hell of a race for one very, very special woman. We got a couple other side prizes to race for as well. The Honey Eye Falls Napa has put together a gift basket for the last woman standing. Trevor up in the tower, we call him the Muffin Man. The Muffin Man, the Muffin Man, that's right. He put up $100 for the best reaction time, and we already gave away the $50 gift certificate for the best appearing car. That went to Rick Mann in the unfinished business Camaro. And we want to remind you that we are doing $100 for the best total package in competition, thanks to the Shittenden family. Rich Shittenden from Rick's Truck and Auto, and Brandon Shittenden from Brandon's Collision and Auto as well. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I want to introduce to you another very special lady here at Empire Dragway. Mrs. Kathy Kiekel has a couple words to say about the race that we are about to do and the woman that we are racing for. So, Miss Kathy, please give us what you have to offer.
Thank you so much. Once again, everyone, welcome to Empire Dragway for the Marina Schillinger Memorial Race in the Super Pro class. We are honored to have 87 Super Pro cars here with us today. We're also very thankful for the additional money being put into the purse by the Empire Dragway family. We appreciate that greatly. If we could just have a moment of silence in memory of Marlena. All right, we apologize that we've got cars running when they shouldn't be, but we will do this quickly. We thank Marlena and Ron and Jeffrey for their years and years of coming to Empire and supporting us. We appreciate very much that the family is here today in honor of Marlena and that all of the racers have showed up. We wish everyone safety. We ask that God watch over us and keep us all safe. We thank you once again for coming. Race on.
Well, unfortunately, it's not the silence most wanted, but I guarantee it's the silence that Marlena would have loved to hear. Nothing but loud motors screaming through burnouts as we get ready to go racing at Empire Dragway in her honor. $3,700 on the line as we go into eliminations. If you don't turn on the wind lamp, you got one more shot at the re-entry round to try and get back into it. But after that, if you don't put on the lamp, you're not coming back for the next round. Little Balzer, that's right, Little William. He is in the Lampro left lane, 704. The guy on the glass going up against Kane Gregory. Kane out of Lakeview in the long and skinny. Dialed in at a 505. $34 to a 10. 24 thou separate the two of them as Kane is in control. He goes 2 above, being 26 thou ahead at the top end. Michael Mitchell and Andy DeWild rolling up to the tree. Now Mitchell in the Lampro left lane this time. 580, the guys on the glass. Going to be trying to chase down DeWild. DeWild dialed in at a 7 flat. DeWild goes red. As Mike Mitchell was 21 thou away from a perfect light, he's going to run 9 thou under the predicted dial-in time, getting the data. Beth Sedgwick, the head knocker machine in the Lampro left lane, going up against Anne Marie Nugent in the Insinger right lane. 644 going to be running away from Anne Marie's 570. $11 thou going red in the Lampro left lane. As Anne Marie was 6 thou red as well, but goes red after. Daryl Gilbert from Daryl's Diner pulling up now, the 6:57 predicted dial-in time. Going to be trying to run away from the chatterbox himself, Craig Chatterton. Craig dialed in at a 4:26. Gilbert goes red, but so does Chatterbox. Craig Chatterton 1 thou away from perfect as he let goes too soon. 19 thou above the predicted dial-in time is going to be a nice little know-how going into the next round. Dennis O'Brien going up against Money Mark Talmadge. Mark 6:20, the predicted dial-in time over in the Insinger right lane. O'Brien, he is going to be trying to chase down Talmadge with a 5:58. .005 to a 22, and Talmadge is in trouble. About 17 thou behind as they get down to the top end. The margin of victory, 008 for Dennis O'Brien. John Cera Jr. And Pat Hiscock over in the Insinger right lane. John Cera 685. Pat Hiscock 598. The predicted dial-in times between the two. Cera is going to get away first, and Hiscock is going to try and chase him down. Let's see what Pat can do. 30 to a 12 thou too soon as Pat Hiscock goes red. John Cera Jr., though, 684 on that 685 predicted dial-in time. And here comes a battle of the long and skinnies. That's right, two dragsters rolling up to the tree now. Daniel Fuller and Mysterious Joe Masulo. 5 flat to a 489. 11/100ths of a second separate these two cars as the tree comes down. Daniel Fuller getting the wind lamp on that one. 13 thou away from perfect as Mysterious Masulo goes red. And Davey Markle getting pushed backwards. Something not right with the JRO dragster. Frank Cartiano. 597, the predicted dial-in time. $63 thou away from perfect as he goes 594. Brandon I. Malley, the Steiner Bros Bel Air. Pulled it up in the Lamb Pro left lane, 662. The gas on the glass going up against Jacob Edwards, a Ford Mustang in the Insinger right lane. Dial in with your quick time. That's a 588. Double breakout win going to Jacob Edwards on that last one. 28 to 101. as Brandon Imalley takes a freight train to be under by 31 thou. And here comes your Jeffrey voted best appearing car. That's right, Rick Mann over in the Insinger right lane. Unfinished business going up against Dave Balzer. 558 to a 556. Rick Mann, 001 on the let go. The best reaction time we've seen so far in competition as he tries to take the $100 that Trevor in the tower has put up. Bill Balzer Jr. and the fabulous Paul Kochi. 6:25, the predicted dial-in time for Paul Kochi as he tries to run away from Bill Balzer. A battle of the Mopars. Bill dialed in with a quick time. That's a 5:64. Double 0-2 too soon was a fabulous Paul Kochi as Billy Balzer. 0-0-4 with a 7 up front and goes dead on with a 7. 13 total for Bill Balzer in the Lampro left lane, getting the data on the go-ahead to win that round. Dirty Dan Heinrich now in the Lampro left lane. The big block Chevy Cobalt getting ready to try and go 570s. As Tom Calabrese is dialed in with a 641. Tom, 27 thou the wrong way. As Dirty Dan, 16 thou in the green. And goes 300ths under the predicted dial-in time. Mr. Precision Crankshafts himself, Don Keekle, the dragster in the Lampro left lane. Dialed in at a 489 going up against Phil Scarlotta, our Uncle Phil. 5:55, the predicted dial-in time for the door car. Double 06 to a 20. Don Keekle's got 14 thou of advantage. But he's going to end up breaking out, taking 22 thou at the top end. Giving the win over to our cousin Phil, who ended up going 4 thou under his predicted dial-in time as well. Gordy Draper and Bob Barber. The Bad Company Camaro over the Insinger right lane, dialed in to 569. Gordy Draper, 521, the guys on the glass for the long and skinny in the Lampro left lane. 28s across the board. 210 thou separate them, and Bob Barber had the advantage. Only by a little, but it's going to be what he needs to get the job done. The double breakout win going to Bob Barber. The Camaro coming back for round number 2.
Here's Greg Carl in the Lampro left, dialed in at a 468. This is a heads-up race here. Bill Pitts also at 468. Going to be pulling off at the same time here. Double dragster race. 003 from Bill Pitts, a quick reaction time. And he's going to throw on that wind lap down at the top end, getting a 4.72.4 above his predicted dial-in. Rick Mann still on top for the Muffin Man $100 quickest reaction time. And now we got Tom Coonley dialed in at a 6.07 in the Land Pro left, going up against Bill Lieber in the Edsinger right, who's dialed in at a 6.05. How about a 007 and a 002? 5,000 advantage for Tom Coonley. And as it gets down to the top and throwing on that wind lamp, going only one above his predicted dial-in. Bill Lieber going to break out 4 under his predicted dial-in time. And that's going to be Zach Besaw down that 747 Land Pro left, getting chased by Scott Church in the Insinger right, dialed in at a 486. And attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Street cars. This is your calling. Street. Come on down to stage lanes 4 and 5. Street. Come on down to stage lanes 4 and 5. We are ready for you. That is Street. Attention in the pit. Street. Come on down to stage lanes 4 and 5. We are ready for you. The last pass here, Scott Church throwing on the wind lamp, going dead on with a 9 to his predicted dial-in time. Bringing up our next competitors here, Reed Ricketson, dialed in at 683, getting chased by Brian Mailer and the Ensinger right, down that 505. .005 from Reed. Brian getting a 35, about 30,000 separates him at the tree. And that advantage is going to matter. Reed Ricketson throwing on that wind lamp, going 1 above his predicted dial-in time. And now we got Wayne Cleveland in the Land Pro left, dialed in at 575. Going to be chased down by Matt Constable, who's in our Insinger right, dialed in at 527. .003 to a 002 Matt Constable. Getting a 002 off the tree here. But going to give it up down at the top end, because Wayne Cleveland going to be closer to his dial-in time. Matt Constable still eligible, though, to win the Muffin Man $100 for the best reaction time. The rule is for the $100, win or lose, best reaction time in elimination rounds for all of Super Pro. Going to get that $100. Keith Cleveland, Doug Linden, 690 to a 507. Doug Linden, 005. Triple O's back to back. Matt Constables was quicker, but he's going to have the advantage. But he's going to break out down at the top in the double breakout win, going over to Keith Cleveland. And now we got Zach Finero, Lakeview's very own. Lakeview Construction's very own, dialed in at a 546 in the Land Pro left, going up against Ross Booker in the Insinger right, dialed in at a 587. Both of them went red, but Zach Finero went red. Laughter giving him the win. He's going to go dead on with a 9 to his predicted dial-in time. And that brings up our next competitors here. Josh Williams in the Insinger right and Brianna Edwards in the Land Pro left. Josh has 5:30 on the glass. Going to be chasing down Brianna, who got 6:17 as her predicted time. Brianna took the tree a little early there.
Might need a single on the right.
There goes Josh Williams. Gonna go dead on with a 2. Now we got Jason Subjinski in the Land Pro left and Matt Gregory in the Insinger right. Matt, 581 on the glass, chasing down Jason, who's predicting 627. $32 to a 30, only 1,000 separates them as they go down to the top end. Matt chasing them. They're going to throw on that wind lamp, going dead on with a 5. Jason Subjinski going to break out just 2 under his predicted dial-in time. And that's Pistol Pete Maduri in the Insinger right lane, dialed in at 547. Going up with Tom Kruer in the Land Pro left, dialed in at 550. 20 to a 42 the wrong way. Tom letting off a little too early there, giving the win over to Pistol Pete, who's going to go 2 under his predicted dial-in time. And now we got Tom Frank and Alyssa Ardillo. Alyssa, 585 on the glass. Tom, 584 on the glass. Tom Frank, huge advantage here. 001 off the tree. Going to throw on that wind lamp, going only 1 under his predicted dial-in for the double breakout win. Tom Frank. Also going to be getting that wait-and-see buy as of right now. Bringing up our next competitors now. Tommy Allen in the Insinger right, dialed in at 636. Up against Jeff Griffo in the Land Pro left, dialed in at 631. $26 to a 68, 42,000 separates them as they get down to the top end. Tommy Allen throwing on that wind lamp. Disadvantage does not matter. He threw on that wind lamp, going 2 under his predicted dial-in for the double breakout win. Now we got Chuck Mandola Dialed in at 586 over in the Ensinger right. And Angelo Ragusa in the Land Pro left, dialed in at 532. Don't forget Honeyway Falls, Napa has a gift for basket for the last woman standing. So the last woman standing going to be getting a nice gift basket from Honeyway Falls. 006 to a 002. Both of them went the wrong way, but Angelo Ragusa went the wrong way later, giving him the win. And we also have the Trevor Weezes, the Muffin Mans, $100 put up for the best reaction time for the Super Pro category. We are racing the Marina Schillinger Memorial Race in honor of her. And that's going to bring up Jim Clock in the Land Pro left, dialed in at 683, and Craig Giordano in the Ensinger right at 481. And there's one more thing we got going on. Double 01 the wrong way, but Jim Clock went 110 the wrong way, giving it over to Craig, who's going to go 480, just 0004 under his predicted dial-in. And we actually have one more thing for our Super Pro category. Rich Chittenden put up $100 to the best package. That's right, $100 to the best package put up by Rich Chittenden, the Chittenden family, Rich Auto and Truck, as well as Brandon Auto and Collision. So thank you to you guys for putting that up for our drivers here in the Super Pro category. We got a lot going on for them here today at Empire Dragway. And that's going to be Vincent Giordano in the Land Pro left, dialed in at 610. And Peter Van Balen in the Ensinger right, dialed in at 608. 007 to a 101, a huge advantage for Peter Van Balen. And as they get down to the top, and he's going to throw on that win lamp, going only 2 above his predicted dial-in time. And that's going to be Steve Dawson, the Ensinger right, down in that 491, chasing down Lakeview Construction's very own Dave Finero in the Land Pro left, dialed in at 552. $14 to a 004 the wrong way. Steve Doss going red, giving that win over to Dave, who's going to go 1 above his predicted dial-in time. Now we got Don Weemy and the Land Pro left out in that 524. And Samar Jr. in the Ensinger right, dialed in at 664. $26 to a 26. This is a race here, folks. Only 0001 separates them at the tree, and as they get down to the top end, Samard throwing on that win lap for the double breakout win, going 2 under his predicted dial-in time.
24 to 208. 180 separate them at the tray. A huge advantage for Samard, who's going to throw on that win lap, going one above his predicted dial in time. $591 to a $663. Sean Beatty and Brandon Shittenden. 32 to a 36. 4,000 separated him out of the tree. Shittenden with the advantage, going to throw on the win lamp down at the top end with another double breakout win. And attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Supercharged Bracketeers, you guys are going to be on standby. That is Supercharged Bracketeers, you guys are on standby. We're going to be calling you up to the lanes very shortly here. Supercharged Bracketeers, you guys are on standby. And now we got Bob Toohey. And the Ensinger right dialed in at 583. Going to be chased down by Ed McLeaf. Dialed in at 474 in the Lampro left. 13 to a 42. 30,000 separates them at the tree. And as they get down to the top end, McLeaf's going to throw on that win lamp, going only one above his predicted dial in time. And now we got Joe Bucella. Down in that 641 in the Lampro lap, getting chased down by Insinger's right lane, Eric Macaroli. Dialed in at 583. $29 the wrong way to a 20 the right way, meaning Eric Macaroli going to take the win on that pass there. Going to get a 579 at 118 miles per hour. And now we got Nick Besaw in the Lampro left lane, dialed in at 702. Actually, that's not Nick Besaw. That's Howie Feltersnatch. That's right, Howie Feltersnatch in the Lampro left lane. Going up against topless Timmy Antonora in the Insinger right, driving the top Camaro, dialed in at 658. .002 to a .005, both of them the wrong way, but topless Timmy going to go the wrong way after, meaning he's throwing on that win lap down at the top end. And now we got Zoe Vodsor in the Lampro left, dialed in at 656, and Johanna Cottrell in the Insinger right, dialed in at 587. .004 the wrong way to a 12. Joanna Cottrell going to throw on that win lamp down at the top end. Zell Gaiman driving the hard-hitting daddy in the Lampro left lane, dialed in at 529, going up against Clayton Ricketson in the Ensinger right, dialed in at 706. 001 to a 13. 12 thou separates him as Clayton Ricketson has a huge advantage here. And down at the top end, throwing on that wind lamp, going only one above his predicted dial-in time. Gaiman, I hate to tell you this, but I believe you were mathematically ineligible. And now we got Charles White in the Lamb Pro left. And Chris Scarlatta in the Insinger right. Chuck dialed in at 651, getting chased down by Chris, who's dialed in at 493. And how about a perfect reaction time? Chuck White, quad zeros, 4 zeros for Chuck White, 0, 0, 0. That means Chuck White gonna win the Trevor Wees, the Muffin Man's $100 best reaction time during eliminations round because he was the first one to go perfect. $100 to Chuck White, that's gotta feel pretty good. He's also throwing on that wind lamp down at the top end. Just how Chuck White does it at Empire Dragway. There's Ryan Ricketson now in the Lamb Pro left, dialed in at 671, going up against the Insinger right, who's dialed in at 625. And now we got Sam Capizzi Jr. in the Lamb Pro left, dialed in at 605. Alex Lepp in the Insinger right, dialed in at 576. It says on here, Alex is all the way from California, long ways to get all the way over here in Western New York. He's going to go 15 off the tree. Sam Capizzi, 006 to wrong way, giving it over to Alex, who went 1 under his predicted dial-in time. Killer Ken I Motley dialed in at 648 in the Lamb Pro left, driving the third hurdler. Going up against Shaquan Bradwell in the Insinger right, dialed in at 616. And there they go, 002 to a 20. 25 separates them as Killer Ken has the advantage. And down at the top end, Ken's going to break out and give it over to Shaquan, who may have had the disadvantage, but is going to be moving himself into the next round. And here's Brad Perkins, the 002 man himself, coming to take his bye round. Dialed in at 567. .001 the wrong way, and now as he gets down to the top, I'm going to get a 566 at 118 miles per hour. And that's going to be it for the Super Pro category. The memorial race for Marina Schillinger. We like to go ahead and thank a few people for help making that race possible. We like to go ahead and thank Empire Dragway's very own Jerry and Clara, Lakeview Construction, Dobbs Automotive, Gunther Automotive, Orango Towing, Precision Crankworks, Tony's Muffler Brakes and Tires, Castle Products, Gates Towing Service and Fleet, Empire Supercharged Bracketeers, TLNL Excavating and Paving, Dan and Adam Germano, and Argo Family Racing. Thank you guys for sponsoring the Marina Schillinger Memorial Race. We really appreciate it. And attention in the pit, Supercharged Bracketeers. This is your calling. Supercharged Bracketeers. Come on up to the staging lanes 9 and 10 in the hot pits. That is Supercharged Bracketeers. Get on up to the staging lanes 9 and 10 into the hot car side. And Pro, you guys are going to be on standby. Pro, you guys are on standby. Pro category. If you guys can hear me, you guys are on standby. We're going to be calling you up very shortly. And attention in the pits, Pro, short standby session again. Pro, get on up to the staging lanes 2 and 3. We're ready for you. Pro, get on up to the staging lanes 2 and 3, as well as 4 and 5. That's Pro category to 2 and 3 and 4 and 5. We're ready for you up in the stage lanes. I know I just put you on standby. Well, guess what? You're off. Pro, get up to the stage lanes 2, 3, 4, and 5. Now back on track, that last pass there. Tyler Spilett going to throw on the wind lamp. And now we got 2 unknown drivers. Lampro left out now 1165. Insinger right 856. I believe that's actually half-ass Eddie Sandwich in the Insinger right. Going to go 33 after tree. The Lampro left going to go 254. A huge advantage for half-ass, who down at the top end going to win. Attention. 50-50 raffle tickets. This is one of the last calls you're going to be hearing from me. Friendly reminders are over. Unfriendly reminders are over. This is the final reminder coming at you, or one of the final reminders. If you want to get yourself a 50-50, they're going to be riding around on the golf cart. You can catch them, or you can head on over to the tower and get yourself one. And on that pass there, Justin Sass, our buddy from up in the tower, going to throw on that wind lamp in the double breakout win, going 003 under his predicted dial-in, going 50 thou faster than Jim Zag off the let-go there, getting a 20 reaction time. And now we got Ken Bacon in the Lampro left, dialed in at 782, and the Insinger right, dialed in at 774. That's going to be Joseph Snyder. Ken Bacon, 783, going 1 above his predicted dial-in time and throwing on that wind lamp. Snyder going to go right off the bulb there. And there's Harold Snyder in the Insinger right lane, dialed in at 11:17. Andy Beeman in the Lampro left, dialed in at 9:52. $169 off the tree for Harold Snyder, who's going to roll it down to the top end and throw that wind lamp on. And there on that last pass there, Jim Parnett going to throw on that wind lamp, bringing up our next competitors. Brad Perkins in the lamp row left, dialed in at 11:38. And Singer right, dialed in at 9:50. Nothing too pretty on the tree there as they get off, and down at the top end, Brad Perkins going to throw on that wind lamp. I believe the Singer right lane there was mathematically ineligible. And that's going to bring up our bye round. Tim Markle getting the bye round here for the street category, dialed in at 9:16. All he's got to do is take the pass here, and he'll be moving into the next round of eliminations.
Pro competition. Round number 1. There's a re-entry round if you don't do so hot. But the goal is to get out of this round and into the next one. Joel Rivera, Richard Bracey. Richard, 740, the guys on the glass. Joel Rivera, 5:68 the quick time. The man on two wheels is going to be trying to chase down the Chevy over in the Insinger right lane. And attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We got a driver in need. Anybody that has the ability to use and or let borrow a MIG welder, we need you in the tower. What back in the pit? We are looking for a MIG welder all the way down at the top end of the track. Down by the ET shack. So if you've gone down the track, you know where the ET shack is. The group of trailers over there, they're looking for a MIG welder. If you have a MIG welder here, spot G8 or thereabouts, we need a MIG welder. If you have a MIG welder, we need to use it over at pit spot G8. We got a driver in need, a driver in need. We need a MIG welder. If you got a MIG welder, go on down to the top end of the racetrack. Parking spot G8. Dan Frank, Avi Rivera. 7:45 to a 5:62. Avi. He's the quick time. He's the man on two wheels this time out. Going to be trying to chase down Dan Frank. Dan. The Ford dialed in. The 745 in Lampro left lane.
.005 to a 79, 74,000 separates him at the tree as Dan Frank has the advantage. And down at the top end, he's going to break out and give it over to Avi Rivera, who's going to go dead on with a 5. And attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Pro buyback. Super Pro buybacks. Come on down to the staging lane 6, 7, 8, and 9. That's going to be Super Pro buyback. Super Pro buybacks. Super Pro, Super Pro, Super Pro buybacks. The staging lane 6, 7, 8, and 9. Josh Costa, Jerry Syracuse. Josh Costa with the advantage off the tree there and down at the top end. Going to turn on that wind lamp going dead on with a 9.
Chris Adams and Money Mark Talmadge. 715 to a 620. 007 to a 69, and Money Mark is in trouble. About 60 thou behind Chris Adams. But the double breakout win going back to Money Mark Talmadge. 618 with a 5 on the 620 dial-in.
And here we got Carl Bollinger in the Insinger right down the net 614. Going to be chasing down the Lampro left unknown driver who's out in at 659. .73 to a 70, only 3 thou separates him. Carl Bollinger with the advantage as they get down to the top, and Carl going to hand it back over to Lampro left lane by breaking out. John Sierra Jr. dialed it at 685 in the Lampro left, and Joe Bellardo in the Insinger right dialed in at 704. .28 to 61, about 30 thou separates them. And down at the top end, John Sierra Jr. going to throw wild in the win lap, going dead on with a 6.
Brandon I. Malley, the Steiner Bros Bel Air. 6:61, the predicted dial-in time going up against Rob Brooks. Rob dialed in the Insinger right lane with a 6:35. Brooks throwing on both bulbs. Brandon I. Malley says, hey, man, what about me? So they're going to back out Brooks. Brooks pre-staged and ready again. Malley finally collected his thoughts, wrote him down, put him away, and he's in the beams ready to go. Brooks is in. Malley not far behind. And we're 22 to a 14 red. Rob Brooks, 14 thou too soon on the let go. As Malley was 22 up front and 2 under for the win. And here comes a local legend. That's right, the pool boy, Dave Connors. Dave's Pool Services president and CEO, driving the Silver Bullet Camaro, dialed in at a 6:35. Going up against George Pierkos. George was dialed in with a 6:11. He was 195 up front, as Dave Connors was 10 thou red on the let go. Pierkos going to move on into round number 2. Sam DeMario, PJ Haynes up to the tree now. 599 is DeMario in the Lamb Pro left lane. 594 is PJ Haynes in the Insinger right lane. Camaro versus Camaro, almost heads up. 500 separate the two of them as they watch the tree fall and head on down track. $29 to $165. PJ Haynes was nowhere near where he had to be. DeMario had a lot to work with, kills a few, and ends up being 102 better at the finish line. Chris Neoff and Joe Leprosti. Chris dialed in at a 7:07. Going to be trying to chase down Joe over in the Insinger right lane, who's dialed in at a 7:40. $112 to $35. As Leprosti has the advantage by more than 80 thou. And the margin of victory, though, how about this for tight? 002 with a 6. What a spread to keep it tight at the finish line. Ryan Ricketson and Joey Haynes this time down the track. 670 is Ryan Ricketson in the Land Pro left lane. Going to be running away from Joey Haynes in the 71 Nova in the Insinger right lane. .006 to a perfect light by Joey Haynes. Down track, the 006 disadvantage is going to stay as he is 5 total. 006 is Ryan Ricketson, and Joey Haynes is 5 total. Quad zeros, dead on with a 5. I'm sorry to do it to you, Ryan, but you, after being 006 up front, were still mathematically ineligible. Daryl Gilbert and topless Timmy Antenorio, the chop top Camaro. That's over in the Insinger right lane, 656 to a 655. 65 to a 91, 34 thou separate them up front as they go down track. The advantage turns into the margin. Dead on with a 4 after being 65 up front for Daryl Gilbert. Chucky White and Ozzie Williams. Chucky White 650, the predicted dial-in time for the Matt Himes Deja Vu Boo Wagon. Ozzie Williams 661, the come get me time. Chucky goes red, 1 thou too soon as Ozzie Williams is 12 up front and running away. Down track, he runs a 662 on the 661 dial-in to come back for the next round. Killer Ken Imalley, the Turd-Erdler Chevelle dialed in at a 647. Going to be chasing down half Fast Eddie Semlich. Fast Eddie in the Insinger right lane dialed in at an 855. Eddie with almost an entire 2-second head start on Killer Ken. As he is 36 to Killer Ken's 21. 15 thou separate them and all the way down track. The winner is going to be Killer Ken Imalley. Pushing Fast Eddie to break out by 17 thousandths of a second. Ken Imalley goes 2 above, being 21 up front. Half fast. Half fast Eddie. Johnny O, the legend of broadcasting and announcing at Lancaster, made it half fast Eddie, and it's going to be half fast Eddie for the rest of forever, okay? And don't get to change your nicknames, all right? You earn them. Dave DeGabriella, the El Camino in the Land Pro left lane. 698, the predicted dial-in time. Going to be trying to run away from the man in the Hellcat. Over in the Insinger right lane. 29 to 196. As down track, the give back win is going to the man in the Hellcat. Dave was 170 ahead to take 299 to break out by 24 thou. Sam Capizzi Jr., the Dodge Daytona Super Stocker, dialed in at a 604. Going to be trying to chase down none other than not mud, nope, not dirt. That's Clay Ricketson. 706, I guess, on the glass for the Dodge. As he's 001 on the let go, Sam Capizzi tries to catch him early and is 18 thou the wrong way. As that puts him out of round number 1. Zach Besaw driving the Malibu wagon, 702, the guess on the glass. Joe Buscella pulling up next to him. Joe, the wait and see buy recipient and last week's winner. Dialed in at a 640 in that Firebird. Joe used to pull about 3.5 to 4 foot wheelies, past 60 foot, drop it down, and keep rolling down track. And he changed a couple things, and now that thing is an absolute printer. 18 thou away from perfect, as he's 32 thou better than Zach Besaw. And down track, the double breakout win going to the printer. Joe Buscella to round out pro competition. Super Pro buybacks. Super Pro buybacks. You guys should be in the staging lanes. Super Pro buybacks. Come on down to the staging lane. 6, 7, 8, and 9. If you didn't do so hot in round number 1 and you want to try again, come on down to lane 6, 7, 8, and 9. And attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Street buybacks. Street buybacks. Come on down to lanes 2 and 3. Street buybacks. Street buybacks. Street buybacks. Come on down to lanes 2 and 3. Here we go in a Super Pro buyback action. Zoe Von Sir going to try and get her name back in the hat, trying to win $3,700 here in the Marina Schillinger Memorial Shootout. And the man trying to stop her, well, that is Brian Maller. Brian dialed in at a 5:06. Zoe Von Sir, she's got the 6:58 on the glass. 14 thou away from perfect, as Maller is 30 thou behind. But breaking out and giving the win over to Brian Maller as Zoe Von Sir goes 20 thou under the predicted dial-in. Gordy Draper. And our buddy Pat. Pat's back up here trying to put his name back in the hat. Pat Hiscock. He's from north of the border. 5:97. The dial-in time for the Ford Mustang and the Insinger right lane. And Gordy Draper. 5:19, the quick time for the long and skinny. $10 to $30, 20 thou, the difference between the two, and down track, the 20 thou advantage is going to put on the win lamp, being one above with a 7. Gordy Draper, the long and skinny, going to see another round. Tom Crewer and Steve Doss going to take their lap now, 4:89 to a 5:50. Crewer, the Lamb Pro left lane, he's got the come get me time, as Steve Doss is given the task of trying to chase him down. $005 to a 32, as Tom Crewer gets down track, being one above with a 2, after being double 05 up front, 17 total, and Steve Doss is mathematically ineligible. William Balzer, Little Willie, the Camaro in the Land Pro left lane, 7:04, the guy's on the glass. Going to be trying to run away from Ross Booker. Ross, he's another one from north of the border. The Ford Roadster dialed in with your quick time, the 5:87. Ten to a 28 as Little Willie is 18 thou ahead of Ross Booker. As they get down track, the breakout win is going to be Ross Booker. Little Willie breaks out by 18 thousandths of a second as Ross Booker was about 18 thou behind to steal the win from Little Billy. Here's another Balzer, Dave Balzer this time, going up against Matt Constable. Matt, no stranger to the pressure that drag racing brings. He's held a $50,000 big check above his head. So no stranger of going rounds to try and get himself a couple grand in his pocket. Dave Balzer, been doing this a long time. Dave, 557. Matt, 527. 3/10 separate them as a tree comes down. And Constable has found the tree. $83 to a 12 is Dave Balzer. Let go behind and stays behind the whole way down. Matt Constable, 12 up front, 32 on a 27. As Matt Constable takes 27 thou down at the top end. Mr. Precision Crankshafts himself, Don Keekle in the Land Pro left lane, going up against Greg Curl. 487 to a 468. As Keekle is going to take the tree first, Curl is going to try it and get around him before 660 feet run out. $68 to a 31. 37 thou is the difference. And Greg Curl, 37 thou ahead on the release, goes one above with a 7 to take 15 thou at the finish line. Zell game and the hard-hitting daddy. The Chevy Lumina dialed in at a 529 in the Land Pro left lane. Alyssa Ardillo, 581 the guys on the glass for the Chevy in the Insinger right lane. $61 to a 95. 34 thou separate them. Zell Gaiman has the advantage and turns on the win lamp. 29 on a 29. Dead 0. 61 up front.
You got it?
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Pro buybacks. Pro buybacks. Pro buybacks. Come on down to the staging lanes. We want you in lanes 4 and 5. Pro buybacks. Pro buybacks. Come on down to lanes 4 and 5.
Now back at the track here, we got Gary Shett and Joe Masulo, mysterious Joe Masulo. 43 to a 32, about 10,000 separates them as Joe Masulo has the advantage, and down at the top end, throwing on that wind lamp, going dead on with a 5. Don Weemy, dialed in at 521. And Paul Coachy and Ian Singer right dialed in at 625. $33 to an 11 the wrong way. Coach, you got to throw on that wind lamp down at the top end. Jeff Griffin, Lampro left, dialed in at 628. Doug Linden and the Insinger right, dialed in at 505. Going to be chasing down Jeff. Jeff Griffin throwing on that wind lamp, going 005. Gonna go one above his predicted dial-in time.
Brianna Edwards and Chuck Mandola. Chuck, the itty-bitty S10, the chop-top S10. Took a couple inches off the roof of that one. 587 to guess on the glass. Brianna Edwards, a Lampro left lane. 617, the predicted dial-in time. 002 is Brianna. As Chuck Mandola was 19 too soon on the let-go. And Brianna, she's going to go about 37 thou under the predicted dial-in time.
Now we got Killer Ken Molly in the Lampro left, dialed in at 648. Driving the turd hurdler, going up against Sean Beatty in the Insinger right, dialed in at a 659. And down at the top end, Sean Beatty going to throw on that wind lamp. Going only 4 above his predicted dial-in time. And now we got, I believe that's Brandon Imale in the Lampro left, dialed in at 660. Going up against Money Mark Talmadge in the Insinger right, dialed in at 619. 67 to a double 08. Money Mark Talmadge has the advantage, and as he rolls on down to the top end, he's going to throw on that win lap, going only one above his predicted dial-in time.
Jason Subchinski and Nick Besaw down at the track, 6:26 to a 7:02. Nick Besaw going to be getting away first as Jason Subchinski is going to try and chase him down. 007 too soon was Jason on the let go. 56 thou away from perfect was Nick Besaw as he goes 6 above, getting the data. And your Byron, Tom Calabrese. 6:38, the predicted dial-in time. And ladies and gentlemen, we have a 50-50 winning ticket. If you bought 50-50, reach in your pocket, grab your tickets, and pull them out. I'm going to read you a number. We have the 50-50 winner. If you have 50-50 tickets, pull them out. Pull them out. We're going to be announcing the winner. Give everyone a minute. Dramatic pause for effect. 6:37 on a 6:38 for Tom down at the top end, getting the data before we roll into street buybacks. I got a 50-50 winner. Who wants to know it? Here it goes. If you got tickets, pull them out. I'm going to read it now. 6981473. That number again is 6981473. If that is your 50-50 ticket, come on up to the tower, and we will unite you with your prize. That ticket again is 6981473. Here we go into the re-entry round 4 street. Jim Zag, the heavy Chevy pick-em-up truck, 8:24, the predicted dial-in time going up against the Volkswagen. Well, apparently there's wildlife at the top end. That's what this little hiatus is. Butch going to try and bring us back some venison. Connor rolling down on the four-wheeler now. Going to attempt to whisper sweet nothings to the deer. And I hope to put it on the back of the four-wheeler and lure it back here for a safe release on the other side of the property. All right, it looks like the wildlife is clear. We are going to go racing. And we got Jim Zag in the Insinger right lane and driver unknown in Lampro left lane. 11:30 to an 8:20 for the slow car. Going to be getting a quite generous head start, almost 4 whole seconds. 2 drastically different reaction times. A big number to a little bit smaller number. And down at the top, and the double breakout win going to Jim Zag, coming back for round 2 of competition. Andy Beeman. $9.55 to a 7.74. Good reaction time out of the Insinger right lane. Going 1 above. 12 up front. 1 above with a 4. 36 total to put Snyder back into competition. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a 50-50 winner in the tower. The prize has been collected. The ticket has been claimed. We have a 50-50 winner in the tower. Thank you, everyone, for participating in that as well. Pro buybacks rolling up to the tree as we speak. Ryan Ricketson, Mike Hickey. Ryan Ricketson, 670, the predicted dial-in time in the Land Pro left lane. Mike Hickey, 675 in the Insinger right lane. 0.05 of a second separate the two as the tree comes down. .009 to a 17. Ryan Ricketson has the advantage. He's 8 thou ahead of Mike Hickey, and down at the top end, the double breakout win is going to go back to Mike Hickey. Ryan Ricketson breaking out by just a little bit more.
And now we got Rob Brooks in the Insinger right lane dialed in at a 635. I'm going to be chasing him down, but not by much. Down at 634, that is Dave Connors himself. That's right, from Dave's Pool Service, Dave the Pool Boy. Lined up in the Land Pro left lane, dialed in at 634. Rob Brooks, once again, 635. And off they go. Rob Brooks going to go 49 the wrong way, giving it over to Dave Connors, who went 98 the right way. And out the top end, going only one above his predicted dial in time. And now we got Chucky White in the Land Pro left, dialed in at 648, going up against Chris Adams in the Insinger right, who's dialed in at 713. Chuck went perfect on his last pass that we saw him take here. Quad zeros. 648 to 713. 88 to a 94. About 6 out separates them up at the tree, and as they get down to the top end, Chuck White throwing on that wind lamp, going one above his predicted dial in time. Now that's Sam Capizzi Jr. And the Land Pro left, dialed in at 605, chasing down Ed Kelly in the Insinger right, who's dialed in at 655. $64 to a $79, 15,000 separates him as Ed Kelly has the advantage. And down at the top end, he's throwing on that wind lamp, going dead on with a 4. Both of them went dead on with a 4, but Ed had the better reaction time, giving him the win. Now we got P.J. Haynes and Chris Noth. PJ in the Land Pro left, dialed in at 594. Chris in the Insinger right, dialed in at 707. $172 to a 0004 the wrong way, though. PJ Haynes going just a little too soon, giving the win over to Chris Noth, who ended up going 5 under his predicted dial in time.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Pro, round number 2. Come on down to lanes 6, 7, 8, and 9. Super Pro, round 2. If you won round 1 or buybacks and you are in round 2, Super Pro, round 2. Come on down to 6, 7, 8, and 9. Super Pro, 6, 7, 8, 9. Street, you are on standby.
How about that last pass there? Topless Timmy Antonora and half-assed Eddie Semlich. Topless Timmy going to throw on that wind lamp there. And now we got Zach Besaw down that 696 in the Land Pro left, and Lynn Salisbury in the Insinger right, dialed in at 669. Triple 05 the wrong way from Zach Besaw, going just a little too soon, giving that win over to Lynn Salisbury, who's going to go 1 above his predicted dial in time. Once again, we are having Marina Schillinger Memorial Race going on today. We'd like to go ahead and thank a few people for sponsoring it, allowing it to be possible. We'd like to thank Empire Dragway's very own Jerry and Clara, Lakeview Construction, Staub Automotive, Gunther Automotive, Rango Towing, Precision Crankworks, Tony's Muffler Brakes and Tire, Castle Products, Gates Towing Service and Fleet, Empire Supercharged Bracketeers, T&L Excavating and Paving, Dan and Adam Germano and Argo Family Racing. Thank you for sponsoring the Marina Schillinger Memorial Race that we're going to be coming to you very shortly. Attention in the pits, Super Pro, round number 2, Super Pro, round number 2. If you won the buyback round and the first round, head on up to the staging lanes. We're ready for you. We have you in 6, 7, 8, and 9. That is Super Pro, round number 2. Super Pro, up to 6, 7, 8, and 9. Street, you guys are on standby. And don't forget, Honeyway Falls Napa has a gift basket for the last standing woman in the Super Pro category. That's right, last standing woman in the Super Pro category. Going to be getting a gift basket put up by Honeyway Falls Napa. And there's also going to be a $100 reward for the best package put up by Rich Shittenden and the Shittenden family. So we like to thank them for doing that. We're going to take a few more seconds here to do more track prep. You can see Pat Bud laying down that sticky stuff, doing what we need to do to make sure it is safe for our drivers. As we know, safety is top priority here at Empire Dragway. And we'll be back racing soon.
Super Pro round number 2 action coming at you. The tractor is going away. The drivers are sitting down, putting the helmets on, and firing up the machines as we get ready to roll into the first round of Not Looking Back. That's right. You don't turn on the wind light here. You're done for the night. You're on the trailer. You're in the cooler. You're anywhere but in the hunt for $3,700. That's right. We're giving away the big bucks in honor of Marina Schillinger. A great woman, deserves a great race, and that's what we are giving her here today. Brad Perkins and Kane Gregory, the first two to duke it out in Super Pro. Brad Perkins, the Roadster, owned by Don Keikel. The Land Pro left lane, dialed in at a 566. Going to be running away from Kane Gregory, the long and skinny, over in the Insinger right lane. .005 to a .032. Thou separate them up front. Kane Gregory has the advantage, but it's going to be Brad Perkins putting on the wind lamp. He goes one above with a 5:15 total for Brad Perkins and the Don Keikel machine. Rowdy Reed Ricketson, 682, the guest on the glass, in the Land Pro left lane. The chatterbox himself, Craig Chatterton, dialed in at a 427. The long and skinny in the Insinger right lane. Rowdy Reed in the Land Pro left lane. .007 to a 0006 for Chatterbox. 7th separate them up front, but down track that hesitation. Going to put the wind lamp on for Reed Ricketson. 007, 3 above for the bottom bulber and the top bulb class. And here comes the world champ himself. That's right, Wayne Cleveland. 574, going almost heads up against Michael Mitchell. Dialed in at a 578. $30 to a 10, 20,000 separate them, and the advantage goes to Mitchell. 10 up front, dead on with an 818 total, and the world champ was mathematically ineligible after he let go of the button. Tom Frank, Jamie Stoneman, the S10. Tom Frank, the Beretta. 582, 545. $47 to a 47. Thou separate him, and the advantage is going to Jamie Stoneman. Down track, though, the win is going to come on for Tom Frank. 001, the margin of victory. Tom Frank running dead on with an 8, just squeaks in to snip the win out from under Jamie Stoneman. Daniel Fuller and Bob Barber. Fuller, the long and skinny, in the Land Pro left lane. 498, the guys on the glass. Going up against Bob Barber, the Bad Company Camaro, dialed in at a 568. Oh, it's okay.
Now, how about Daniel Fuller, Bob Barber, Bad Company Bob Barber. 003 to a 12, 9,000 separates him as Daniel Fuller has the advantage, and down at the top end, he's going to throw on that wind lamp, going one above his predicted ET. Now we got Dennis O'Brien in the Land Pro left, dialed in at a 557, going up against Mysterious Joe Masulo in the Insinger right lane, who's dialed in at 485. Double 04 to a 13, another 9,000 separator, and as they get down to the top end, Dennis O'Brien with the advantage, going to throw on that wind lamp, going dead on with an 8 to his predicted dial in time. And that's going to bring up our next competitors here. Brian Mailer in the Land Pro left, dialed in F507. And Josh Williams in the Insinger right, dialed in F531. Brian Mailer, Josh Williams. Brian Mailer going right off the tree, giving that wind lamp over to Josh Williams, who ended up going dead on with a 5. How about that one for Josh Williams? And now we got John Sierra Jr. in the Land Pro left, down that 684, and Anne-Marie Nugent in the Insinger right, down that 598. $20 to a 320. 300 separates him as John Sierra has the advantage and throws on that wind lamp down at the top end, going 3 above his predicted dial in time. Billy Balzer Jr. in Land Pro left now, dialed at 564. Going to be chased by Rick Mann in the Insinger right, dialed at 556. Rick Mann, the winner of the Jeffrey Schillinger Best Appearing Race Car. And off they go. Billy Balzer going to go 002 the wrong way, giving that wind lamp over to Rick Mann, who ended up going dead on with a 5 to his predicted ET. And now we got Greg Curl in the Insinger right, dialed in at 469, chasing down Lakeview Construction's very own Zach Finero in the Land Pro left lane, dialed in at 546. How about a 004 to a 22, 18,000 separates from as Zach Finero has the advantage down at the top end. Going to throw on that wind lamp with the double breakout win. And don't forget, speaking of Lakeview Construction and the Fineros, if any driver is interested in going to the bracket finals in Pittsburgh, see Dave Finero at his pit spot, 8280. It's at the end of the bleachers, if you are wondering where that is. You can't miss it. Go down to the end of the bleachers, and there he is. Any driver interested in the bracket finals in Pittsburgh, see Dave Finero. Now that's going to be Keith Cleveland in the Land Pro left, dialed in at 688, and Frank Cartonia in the Insinger right, dialed in at 595. 47 off the tree for Frank Cartonia as Keith Cleveland goes red, giving that wind lamp over to Frank. Appears to be a little smoke or something going on down there, so we're going to send one of our Empire Dragway crew to go check it out and make sure the Dragway is ready and safe for our drivers. I'm going to take this moment here to thank a few of our sponsors for the Marina Schillinger Memorial Race. We like to go ahead and thank Empire Dragway's very own Jerry and Clara, Lakeview Construction, Staub Automotive, Gunther Automotive, Arango Towing, Precision Crankworks, Tony's Muffler Brakes and Tire, Castle Products, Gates Towing Service and Fleet, Empire Supercharged Bracketeers, T&L Excavating and Paving, Dan and Adam Germano, and Argo Family Racing. Thank you guys for sponsoring the Marina Schillinger Memorial Race. We really appreciate it. And there goes Wayne. Wayne checking it out on the ATV, moving up there. Gonna see what's going on down at the top end of the track. Gordy Draper, Jacob Edwards, Gordy Draper, 008 off the tree there, fourth hour advantage, giving him that wind lamp down at the top end where he went 2 above his predicted dial-in time. And that's going to bring up our next competitors. Tom Coonley, dialed in at 606, being chased by Bill Pitts in the Insinger right down that 469.
Double 04 to a 9-thou too soon by Bill Pitts. It's Tom Coonley. Dead on with a 7. 11 total for Coonley to go in round number 3. Howie Samard rolling up now in the heavy Chevy in the Lamb Pro left lane. 627, I guess, on the glass going up against Scott Church. The long and skinny in the Insinger right lane. 486, the quick time, going to be chasing down Howie. Howie gets away, 50th thou away from perfect, but Scott Church was 12th thou away. And down at the top end, the advantage goes back to Howie Samard.
Now about Brandon Chittenden in the Lamb Pro left lane dialed in at 588. Going up against Matt Gregory in the Insinger right dialed in at 580. Don't forget the Chittendens putting up $100 to the best package in the Super Pro category. So thank you to the Chittendens for that one. Now out of 20 to a 002 the wrong way. Matt Gregory going red, giving that wind lamp over to Brandon Chittenden, who's going to go 3 above his predicted dial in time.
Joe Buscella and Phil Scarlotta. Uncle Phil, 549, the guess on the glass out of Bergen, New York. Joe Buscella, 638, the guess on the glass for the Firebird in the Lamb Pro left lane. Joe, our wait-and-see buy recipient in round number 1 and last weekend's winner in no box. 36 to a 002 as he is in trouble. Phil Scarlotta has a 34th advantage. And down track, that advantage is going to turn into a 004 margin of victory. Dirty Dan Heinrich. The big block Cobalt, 566 the predicted dial-in time. And Craig Giordano. Craig, he put a $10,000 big check up on his trailer this year and runnered up in 20K race that we had here just a couple weeks before that. 480 the predicted dial-in time for him in the Insinger right lane.
And attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Street cars, come back up to the staging lanes. We're ready for you. Street cars, this is your calling. Street, come on up to staging lanes 4 and 5. We're ready for you. That street cars, come back up to staging lanes 4 and 5. We are ready for you. And there goes Dave Finero. Lakeview Construction's very own, throwing on that wind lamp over Ross Brooker down at the top end with a 551. Zell Gaiman and Mark Talmadge. Money Mark Talmadge. Money Mark dialed in at 618. Going to be chased down by Zell Gaiman, who's dialed in at 528.
Zell going to get in the pre-stage. Zell's going to stage first.
And off they
Money Mark
go.
gets away, 2 behind.
Oh.
Zell's going to take it with a 28. At the top end, he runs a 528 at 129, right on his dial in.
That's right, Zell Gaiman going dead on with a 3 to his predicted dial and throw it on that wind lamp, bringing up our next competitors. Ed McLeaf in the Lamb Pro left, dialed in at 474, chasing down Matt Constable in the Insinger right, dialed in at 527. Here they are, dancing them at the beams. They're going to get their pre-stage lamps on. And here we go. 007 to a 55, about a 50 thou advantage for Matt Constable, who down at the top end is going to give it back over to Ed McLeaf, who went dead on with a 5 to his predicted dial in time. Angelo Ragusa dialed in at 529, chasing down the Insinger Rights, Clayton Ricketson, who's dialed in at 705. Now about a 19 from Clay. Angelo Ragusa going to go 008 the wrong way. Giving that wind lamp over to Clayton, moving him into the next round of competition. Now here's Tom Crewer in the Lamp Pro left, dialed in at 549. And Tommy Allen in the Insinger right, dialed in at 634. $38 to a 27 the wrong way. Tom Crewer going to go a little too quick there, handing that wind lamp over to Tommy Allen, who's going to go 3 above his predicted dial in time. Now here's Jeff Griffo, dialed in at 628 in the Lamp Pro left, going up against Peter Van Balen in the Insinger right, dialed in at 606. And off they go, a 003 to a 26, 23 thou separates them as Jeff Griffo has the advantage. And down at the top end, he's going to use that advantage to throw on the wind lamp, going only 2 above his predicted dial in time. And how about Brianna Edwards and Sean Beatty? 132 to 185. And down at the top end, Brianna Edwards throwing on that wind lamp, going 1 above her predicted dial in time. And don't forget, for our ladies out there in the Super Pro category, the last woman standing going to be getting a gift basket put up by Honeoye Falls Napa. Shaquan Bradwell threw on that wind lamp there. And I believe we got Brianna and Marie. And another lady weigh in for the other ones to fall, where one of them will get the gift basket put up by Honeoye Falls. The only other thing we have to give away is $100 put up by the Chittenden family for the best overall package. Now here's Samar Jr. in the Lamb Pro left, dialed in at 662, getting chased by Paul Kochi in the Ensinger right, dialed in at 624. Now about a 20 to a 41, a 21 thou separators. Samard gets off the tree quicker. And down at the top end, Samard throwing on that wind lamp, going only 2 above his predicted dial in time. Now here's one of the other ladies we got racing here. Still in competition, Johanna Cottrell in the Ensinger right dialed in at 589 up against Subchinski in the Land Pro left dialed in at 702. .41 to a 39, 2,000 separates them as Johanna Cottrell has the advantage. And down at the top end, she's going to throw on that wind lamp, going 2 above her predicted dial in time. Subchinski in the Land Pro left going to break out, going 2 under his predicted dial in time. Tommy Calabrese down that 638. Alex Leb down that 575. How about a 008 to a 34? Tommy Calabrese going to throw on that wind lamp. And here's topless Timmy Antonora, the top Camaro, dialed in at 653, going up against the Ensinger right unknown driver, dialed in at 624. How about a 001 the wrong way, too? 001 the wrong way as well for both of them. But the Ensinger right going to go 001 the wrong way after, giving him the wind lamp down at the top end. And that's going to be it for that round of Super Pro. Nope, never mind. We got more coming. We're just doing a second here where our burnout box boy can do a little bit of the windstorm action, getting that burnout box ready. Now here we go with some more Super Pro action. Chucky White coming up to the tree here in the Land Pro left. Dialed in at 648. Going to be chased down by Bill Lieber, who's in the Insinger right lane. And here we go. 005 to a 004. 1 thou separates him at the tree. Bill Lieber with a small advantage, and down at the top end, he's going to throw on that wind lap, going 1 above his predicted dial in time. Chuck going 2 above. And now that's going to be it for Super Pro. Round number 2 of eliminations. We hope you guys are enjoying yourselves here at Empire Dragway. Don't forget, we have wonderful concessions here. That's right. If you are hungry, head on over and get yourself a cheeseburger, nachos, french fries, chicken fingers, whatever you're looking for, we got it. We also have opened the ice cream building. That's right, ice cream building is open. Go ahead and ask them about the Empire float going on over there. Maybe even ask them about the Wayne special. We also got merch over in the merch building if you want to get yourself a hoodie, a t-shirt, whatever you're looking for. We also sell fuel in the merch building because it's actually also the fuel building. That's right. Fuel is also sold over there, so if you are a driver and you need to stock up, get yourself some of that fuel, head on over. 2 more things I want to let you know that we are selling here. We also have ice. That's right. If your cooler's looking a little low on ice, needs to be cooled up because nobody wants a warm beer, head on over there and get yourself some ice to fill up that cooler. Or, speaking of, if you're camping the night and you need to get something, we got firewood. That's right. Instead of driving up the road and getting something, you can stay here. Go ahead and grab yourself a bundle for $5. Because Jerry and Clara allow camping on the premises. That's right, free camping with every admission. So go ahead and get yourself whatever you need. And attention in the pits, Pro. We are ready for you guys up in the staging lanes. Pro. We are ready for you guys up in the staging lanes. We're going to have you in 2, 3, 4, and 5. Pro. Attention in the pits, Pro. We're going to have you in staging lanes 2, 3, 4, and 5. Now about that last pass there was Brad Perkins and Jim Zag. Bragg and Lampro left, Jim and the Insinger right. Jim going to throw on that wind lamp down at the top end, going dead on with a 7. And that's going to bring up our next competitor here, Jim Parnick in the Lampro left, dialed in at 753. Going to be going up with Tyler Spilek in the Insinger right, who's dialed in at 769. And off they go, a 50 to a 120. About 70,000 separates them at the tree as Tyler Spilek has the advantage. And down at the top end, he's going to throw on that wind lamp in the double breakout win. And that's going to bring up our next competitors. Half-ass Eddie Zemlich in the Insinger right, dialed in at 850, getting chased down by our buddy in the tower, Justin Sass. He's not in the tower right now. He's down in that race car taking his pass. In a Lampro left, driving the Chevy. Now about 31 to a 49 the wrong way. Justin going a little too quick off the tree there. Handing that wind lamp over to the half-ass Eddie Zemlich, who's going to go 5 above his predicted ET. Now here's Tim Markle. Tim Markle's going to be in our Lampro left, dialed in at 910. Chasing down our Insinger right, Harold Snyder, dialed in at 1117. 9:11 from Tim Markle. Throwing on that wind lamp, going only one above his predicted dial-in time. And now we got Kenneth Bacon driving the It's Bacon. It's not sausage. It's not pancakes. It's bacon. In the Lamb Pro left lane. Dialed in at 782. Going up against the Insinger right, who's dialed in at 774. And there goes Bacon purging that nitrous. As our Empire Dragway staff mop up a little bit of water that might have got on the track there. Keeping it perfect for our drivers. And here they go, a 68 to a 114. 50,000 separates them as Ken Bacon has the advantage. Getting down to the top end. The Insinger right throwing on that wind lamp, going dead on with a 0 as Ken Bacon breaks out, going 1 under his predicted dial-in time. Now here come our supercharged bracketeers, Truck Mahone in the Lamb Pro left, and Mark Huck in the Insinger right. Oh, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. 495 final round competitors. 495 final round competitors. Come on up to staging lanes 11 and 12 in the hot pits. We're ready for you guys. Now about a 008 to a 41. 31,000 separates them as Mark Hawk throws on that wind lamp down at the top end. And one more time, that's attention in the pits. Dramatic pause for the loud car. Attention in the pits, a 495 class. 495 class. Come on up to staging lanes 11 and 12 in the hot car side. We are ready for you. That is your calling to the 495 and the 11 and 12 hot pit side. Now we got the bye round for Ron Seswick in the Lamb Pro left, driving the head knocker. Head of the supercharged bracketeers and head of the head knocker crew. coming out to take his bye round. And that's Beth Sedgwick down there with him. His wife. .59 off the tree as he flies down to the track. How about 154 miles per hour, getting a 473 ET. What a pass from Ron Sedgwick there. And that means Mark Hawk and Ron Sedgwick are going to be our Supercharged Bracketeers finalists. And now we're going to be having Pro roll up into the burnout box. I can hear the thunder from down under now. Here they come. And for our first competitors in the pro category here, in round number 2, we got Omar Rivera in the Lamb Pro left, dialed in at 6:28, and George Piercos in the Insinger right, dialed in at 6:09. And how about an 86 to a 0004 the wrong way, though. George Piercos just barely going a little too fast, handing that wind lamp over to Omar Rivera, who broke out, but still threw on that wind lamp. Reed Ricketson down in that 683, and Lynn Salisbury down in that 669. Now about Joel Rivera on the Lamb Pro left, dialed in that 568. Chasing down Ed Kelly in the Insinger right, dialed in that 654. $13 to a 42, 30,000 separates him at the tree as Ed Kelly gets off quicker. And down at the top end, he's going to throw on that wind lamp, going only 2 above his predicted dial in time. And now we're going to be bringing up our next competitors here. That's going to be John Sierra Jr. in the Lamb Pro left, dialed in at 684. And Avi Rivera in the Insinger right on the 2 wheels, dialed in at 599. 559, sorry. There was a glare on the screen. I read it wrong. That is a 5:59 dial in time. And off they go, 34 to a 002 the wrong way. Avi going to go a little too quick off the bulb there, handing that wind lamp over to John Sierra Jr., who ended up going only 1 above his predicted dial in time on that pass there. How about that one? And now that's Zach Dirt That's not mud. That is Clay Ricketson in the Ensinger right lane dialed in at 7:05. Going to be chased down by Daryl Gilbert in the Lamb Pro left, dialed in at 6:55. $19 to a 66, 40,000 separates them as Clayton Ricketson fires down the track, being chased by Darrell. And out the top end, Clayton Ricketson throwing on that win lamp with the double breakout win. Now at the tree, that's going to be Brandon Imali in the Lamb Pro left lane dialed in at 660, going up against Joel Presetti in the Ensinger right dialed in at 734. $46 to a 27. Imali with the advantage, and down at the top end, going to go 2 above his predicted dial in time and throw on that win lamp. And here we go. Killer Ken Imali driving the third hurdler. Going to get 58 off the tree. Well, Chris North going to go 169 off the tree. Over 100,000 advantage for Killer Ken, who's going to throw on that win lamp, going dead on with a 3 to his predicted dial in time. And that's going to bring up Ozzie Williams, a reliable 661 in the Ensinger right. And Dave Connors in the Lamb Pro left. That's right, Dave Connors from Dave Pool Service, also known as Dave the Pool Boy. Down that 633. How about a 33 to a double 05? Down at the top end, Ozzie Williams going to throw on that win lamp. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Pro, we're ready for you up in the staging lanes. This is your calling. Super Pro, come on up to staging lanes 6 and 7. That is Super Pro, come on up to staging lanes 6 and 7. We're ready for you up there, and that was your calling. Super Pro to 6 and 7. Now back at the tree here, we got Josh Costa in the Lamb Pro left, dialed in at 547. Going up against Topless, Timmy Antonori in the Chop Top Camaro, dialed in at 655 in the Ensinger right lane. $60 to 110 red. Josh Costa going a little too quick off the bulb there. Handed that win lamp over to Topless Timmy, who ended up going 2 under his predicted dial in time. Mike Hickey in the Lamb Pro left, dialed in at 673. Going up against the Ensinger right lane, who's dialed in at 639. Sam DeMario second, the Insinger right. Unknown driver in the Land Pro left. Sam DeMario going to be dialed in at 598. Land Pro left dialed in at 659. How about a 29 the wrong way to a 32 the right way? Sam DeMario the second. Going to throw on that wind lamp down at the top end. Going one above his predicted dial in time. Money Mark Talmadge and Joe Buscella. Money Mark going to go 005 the wrong way. Joe Buscella throwing on that wind lamp, going one under his predicted dial in time. Now here's Shaquan Bradwell, dialed in at 616, going up with Chuck White in the Ensinger right, dialed in at 649. And attention in the pits, Super Pro, coming up to the staging lane 6 and 7, Super Pro, coming up the staging lane 6 and 7, we're ready for you, that's Super Pro. Coming up the stage lane 6 and 7. Now about Shaquan Bradwell's 641. Throwing on that wind lamp adds Chuck White. Breaks out going one under his predicted dial in time. Joey Haynes in the Insinger right dialed in at 620. Getting the bye round here into the next round of competition. 22 off the tree for Joey Haynes, and as he goes down to the top end, going to go 2 under his predicted dial in time. And here come our 495 finalist into the burnout box. That's right, this is the final round for the 495 class. It's going to be Mark Town and the Land Pro left out in at 495. Obviously, it's a 495 class. They're all down at 495. And R.C. Grattan and the Insinger right. 11 to a 70, and they're off. 69,000 separates him as Markton has the advantage, and he's going to use that throwing on the wind lamp, going one above his predicted dial in time. RC going to go one under his predicted dial. Oh, no, whoa. RC.
That's right. Out of street and into the cooler, back up in the tower. And we got Super Pro action rolling out of the water box. $32 cars remain in the $3,700 shootout here for the Marina Schillinger Memorial Race. Jeffrey, how has it been so far? That's a great vantage point. Someone's having a blast. I know we are. Ladies and gentlemen, we're giving away $37,000 to the baddest off the top bulb, and 32 cars remain in competition. Somebody on the trailer and in the cooler, like me. Somebody going to go on to the next round in a hunt for all of the money. Brad Perkins, 566 to Mike Mitchell's 577. Perkins in the Roadster, Mitchell in the Camaro. Mitchell throws it red. 0003 too soon on the let go. As Brad Perkins was 15 up front and 4 under, getting the data. Rowdy Reed Ricketson, the baddest off the bottom bulb. 681, the guys on the glass for the Mopar. Going up against Rick Mann, voted best appearing car by Jeffrey Schillinger. Going to try and take all of the money in the unfinished business Camaro. 23 to a 007. Rowdy is in trouble. Down at the top end, though, Rowdy going to pull it out. Coming back, being 009 at the top end to put on the wind lamp. Can the bottom bulber go all the way?
Now we got Lakeview Construction's very own Zach Finero in the Lambo left lane dialed in at 544. Going up with Frank Cartonia and the Insinger right dialed in at 595. Speaking of the Fineros, if you are interested in going to the bracket finals in Pittsburgh, go see Dave Finero over at his pit spot at the end of the bleachers. Or Renee Finero. 20 to a 73, 53 separates him. Zach Finero getting down to the top end with the advantage. Throwing on that wind lamp, going only one above. Speaking of Dave, if you wanted to talk to him, you wouldn't be able to, because there he is right now in the Land Pro left lane, dialed in at 551. Going up against TJ Mendola and the Insinger right, dialed in at 624. Don't forget, you can speak to Renee Finero as well if you are interested in going to the bracket finals. 002 to a 21, 19th house separates them with TJ Mandola having the advantage. And as they get down to the top end, double breakout win going over to TJ Mandola.
Daniel Fuller, Craig Giordano. 498 to a 480. Daniel Fuller, the long and skinny in the Land Pro left lane. Giordano, the blue dragster, and the Insinger right lane. He knows. So the confusion coming with the dial-in is you're not allowed to change your dial-in after you have gone past a commitment line. Ten up front to a 20. Fuller has the advantage, but down at the top end, it's going to be Giordano going dead on with a 9.
And now we got Brianna Edwards, one of the remaining women, fighting for that last woman standing and for the first place title. Brianna Edwards dialed in at 613, and Tommy Calabrese dialed in at 638.
Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Street competitors, come on down to the staging lanes. Street competitors, come on down to the staging lanes. We'll see you in lanes 4 and 5.
How about that last pass there? Brianna Edwards still fighting, throwing on that win lamp with the double breakout win. And now we have another one of the last women standing competitors rolling up. That's going to be Johanna Cottrell, and the Insinger right dialed in at 590, chasing down Samard Sr. and the Lamb Pro left.
Peter, how many women do we have left in competition?
2. I believe we only have 2 left.
So if Johanna goes out, the last woman standing will be Brianna. But Johanna's not going to make it easy. Trip zip on the let go, but breaks out by 0.02 of a second.
Oh, wow. Perfect reaction time, but going to break out right at the end there.
Howie Samard was 25 on the let go and goes dead on with a 6. Forcing Johanna Cottrell to go out that round, making Brianna Edwards the last woman standing in competition. Congratulations, Brianna. You get the Napa basket for best woman in competition. Congratulations. Come up to collect that basket at the base of the tower whenever you want.
The only thing we got left to give away up in the tower other than the first place prize is going to be the best package award put up by the Chittendens.
And Peter has been looking oh so diligently at everyone's package to make sure who has the best and tightest package. Not letting anything go under the radar. Peter, the package inspector. Tom Coonley, Josh Williams, 606 to a 528. Tom Coonley, Lamb Pro left lane, Josh Williams, the Insinger right lane. Roadster versus door car. 006 to a 37. Tom Coonley is a 31 thou advantage. As they go down track, it's going to be Tom Coonley. 006, dead 06 total. Josh Williams was mathematically ineligible after the let go.
Dennis O, fourth O, O'Brien. That's right, 5 O's for Dennis O'Brien because he's down that 556. Bill Lieber down that 6 flat. Going to go 009 the wrong way. Hand that win lap over to Dennis O'Brien, who ended up going 1 under. 5 O's for someone that would get 5, 5 for the ET. And best package so far, I am the package inspector, Tom Coonley. Best package so far, going up to Tom Coonley. Someone can still beat it, though. It is up for grabs.
7 thou, that's a tight package, Peter. But we can get tighter. And attention in the pits, pro competitors, pro. Come on down to lanes 2 and 3. Pro, come on down to lanes 2 and 3. Clay Ricketson was 10 up front. Gordy Draper was 1 thou too soon. As Clay Ricketson goes 1 above with a 0 to come back for the round of 16.
Now we got Brandon Shittenden. Land Pro left lane dialed in at 590. Going up with Tom Frank in the Insinger right dialed in at 581.
Shittenden lets go 41 thou late, which is 11 thou behind Tom Frank, who ended up running 2 above while he was 5 behind on the ET. Ed McCluff rolling out of the burnout now. 4:73, the predicted dial-in time for the long and skinny in the Land Pro left lane. Orange Crate Racing representing here at Empire Dragway. Jeff Griffo, the Griffo painting S10 and the Insinger right lane. 6:28, the come get me time. 4:73, the quick time. .004 to a .005. 1 thou is a split up front. Jeff Griffo had the advantage, but the win is going to go over to Ed McCluff. .005 to above with a 1. The margin of victory down at the top end, .007.
Kevin Samar Jr. in the Insinger right lane. Dialed in at 663, going up against John Sierra Jr., who's going to be in the Land Pro left lane. Dialed in at a 685. 001 to a 002. 1 thou separates them at the tree as they get down to the top end. John Cera throwing on the wind lamp, going dead on with a 1. 2 total. John Cera now the best package so far in competition.
John Cera, the best package on the property. Peter's inspected it. 3 total was John Cera. 001 up front, dead on with a 1, a 9 and a 3 behind it. Make that little bit extra. 3 total for John Cera Jr. Phil Scarlotta, 15 up front on that pass as he is going to go a couple under. Shaquan Bradwell, he was 006 too soon. And that is going to put him in the cooler and on the trailer. As Super Pro is fighting for $3,700.
That's right, $3,700 online. And we'd like to thank a few people for sponsoring it, making it possible. The Marina Schillinger Memorial Race. We'd like to go ahead and thank Empire Dragway's very own Jerry and Clara, Lakeview Construction, Staub Automotive, Gunther Automotive, Orang Go Towing, Precision Crankworks, Tony's Muffler Brakes and Tire, Castle Products, Gates Towing Service and Fleet, Empire Supercharged Bracketeers, T&L Excavating and Paving, Dan and Adam Germano, and Argo Family Racing. Thank you guys for sponsoring the Marina Schillinger Memorial Race for the Super Pro category. We really appreciate it. Best package going to John Cera Jr. as of right now. But that's only for now. Someone could come up and take that away from him.
Tim Markle and Jim Zag. Jim Zag, the heavy Chevy pick-em-up truck over in the Insinger right lane. 820, the guys on the glass, going to be trying to run down Tim Markle. Markle in the Lamb Pro left lane, dialed in at a 908. And attention in the pits. Pro, come on down to the staging lanes. Pro, come on down to 4 and 5. Pro, come on down to 2, 3, 2 and 3. Pro, if you are in Pro and you're not down in the lanes, you are late. Pro, come on down to lanes 2 and 3. Tim Markle putting on the wind lamp that pass. Jim Zag breaking out by a bunch. Not a whole lot, but a little bit more than he wants to. Tyler Spilak. And Mr. Snyder rolling up to the tree now, 773, going to be running away from Spilak, 764. 0092 too soon as Spilak was 13 red himself. Spilak redlit sang it, but gets the lamp going one above to come back and race. One of the final 3. And attention in the pits. Pro, come on down to 2 and 3. Pro, come on down to 2 and 3. Fast Eddie taking the bye run. 57 thou away from perfect as he goes cruising down track. He's going to be coming back for the round of 3 cars to remain. 51 on a 55 as half Fast Eddie going to go on to the round of 3 cars remaining. Already go. Pro competitors. Pro, come on down to 2 and 3. We are going to run you. If you're not there, you're late. And if you don't make the round, well, that's your fault. Pro. Come on down to the staging lanes. We are going to run you. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Pro, come back down to the staging lanes. All pro competitors, come on down to the staging lanes. Pro, come on down to the staging lanes. We are going to go racing. The weather's gone. The clear skies are above, and we are racing for $3,700. Well, not in pro, but in super pro we are. That's right, giving away $3,700 for the Marina Schillinger Memorial Shootout here at Empire Dragway. Pro, come back down to the lanes. Pro competitors, bring them back down to the staging lanes.
That's right, Justin. They better bring them back up here because we're still racing. There's no curfew in the corn, so we're going to race these vehicles however long we need to race them.
Where's that voice coming from?
We have a Marina Schillinger winner tonight. We have Pet Bud out there doing a couple more passes, making sure the track is dry and ready to go for our racers. We're working hard to make sure it's good, and we'll be back with more racing action very shortly.
Not sure if I could keep telling you guys what's going on, but that clear skies thing, that's a little far-fetched. A few more raindrops, so if you're coming on down, keep them coming if you want to. But we are going to continue our brief weather break here at the Marina Schillinger. $3,700 to win. Shootout in her honor. Here at Empire Dragway, as soon as we get done with this weather, we will be racing. There's no curfew in the corn, so there is no worry about not being able to finish the race tonight here at Empire Dragway.
brighter. Santa's holding the lighter. My parents are both liars. I got gifts but 1 subscriber. Thanks for the candy basket. Oh God, another jacket. My stocking's filled with acid. Am I dreaming? What just happened? This is not a Christmas. This is not a Christmas song. This is not a Christmas. This is not a Christmas song. This is not a Christmas. This is not a Christmas song. This is not a Christmas. This is not a Christmas song. My neighbors come me to see who can put up more blinding lights. The kids all wish away the month 'cause they want presents inside. This year had me so mad. I've been bad, got cold that is sitting under my tree. I think that my Christmas has died. This is not a Christmas. This is not a Christmas song. This is not a Christmas. This is not a Christmas song. This is not a Christmas. This is not a Christmas song. This is not a Christmas. This is not a Christmas song. When I was just a boy, Christmas brought so much joy. Couldn't wait for the presents and laughter. I couldn't sleep late at night, looking for Santa with lights. Those are the memories I still remember. Then I became a man, lost sight of who I am. But right in front of me was the answer. 'Cause on Christmas I feel joy, and I turn back to a boy. The answer is to stay young forever. This is not a Christmas. This is not a Christmas song. This is not a Christmas. This is not a Christmas song. This is not a Christmas. This is not a Christmas song. This is not a Christmas. This is not a Christmas song.
And attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Pro competitors come back up to the staging lanes. We had a little bit of that delay there from the rain, but it is gone now. The rainbow's shining, and we're getting back to racing action here at Empire Dragway. So attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Pro competitors, come on down to staging lanes 2 and 3. That is pro competitors. Come on down to staging lanes 2 and 3. And attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Pro, Super Pro. Come back up to the staging lanes. We are ready for you guys. That is Super Pro. Super Pro, come on up the staging lanes 6 and 7. We are ready for you guys up here. The sun's shining at Empire Dragway. Nothing stops us here. There's no curfew in the corn. So we're going to be racing. That's Omar Rivera and Reed Ricketson back on the track. Down that 621 to a 682, a 35 to a 107. 70,000 separates them as Reed has the advantage. Going down to the top, and he's going to throw that wind lamp on, going dead on with a 4. And now we got Joe Buchella in the Land Pro left Alden at a 637. Going up with Topless Timmy Antonora in the in-swinger right. Driving the chop top Camaro dialed in at 655.
Joe Buchella, Topless Timmy. 38 to a 14, Topless has the advantage. As they go down 660 feet later, it's going to be Topless Timmy. 14 up front, going dead on with a 7. Putting on the wind lamp and coming back around for the round of 7.
Brandon Imale now dialed in at 661, going up with Ozzy Williams, dialed in at 660 in the Insinger right lane. Almost a heads-up race here, but not quite. 1 thou is the separator between these two here. And off they go, 17 to a 002 the wrong way. Ozzy Williams firing off a little too quick off the bulb there. Gonna hand that wind lamp over to to Brandon Imale, who went 2 under his predicted dial in time. And now we got Killer Ken Imale in the Land Pro left lane dialed in at a 650. Gonna be chased down by Joey Haynes in the Insinger right dialed in at 619. Killer Ken and the turd hurdler as per usual. $43 to a 19. 20,000 separates him as Joey Haynes has the advantage. And down at the top end, Joey Haynes throwing on that wind lamp, going 1 above his predicted dial in time. Killer Ken gonna break out on that pass there.
Mike Hickey out of Batavia, the 72 Duster, dialed in at a 673. Going up against, that's not dirt, that's not mud. Nope, that's Clay Ricketson. 705, the guys on the glass for the Mopar over in the Insinger right lane. Clay going to get away first. Mike going to try and chase him down. 48 to a 28 too soon as Mike Hickey throws on the red bulb. Clay Ricketson, 48 thou up front, goes 1 under 0 for the win.
And now we got Shaquan Bradwell in the Insinger right, dialed in at a 616, going up with Sam DeMar the second and the Land Pro left, dialed in at 598.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Pro, Super Pro. Come on down to lanes 6, 7, 8, and 9. Super Pro, Super Pro, Super Pro. Come on down to lanes 6, 7, 8, and 9. We'll start you off in 6 and 7. If you go to 8 and 9, we'll send you over there. But Super Pro, Super Pro, come on down to 6, 7, 8, and 9.
John Sierra Jr., currently the best package. Dialed in at 685, going to be chased down by Ed Kelly, who's dialed in at 654. Sierra in the Lampro left, Kelly in the Ensinger right. How about a 21 to an 88? 60,000 separates them at the tree. John with the advantage, and as they get down to the top end, he's throwing on that wind lamp, sending Ed Kelly to the cooler, going 2 above his predicted dial-in time as Ed Kelly goes just under and breaks out.
And attention in the pit. Street, the final 3 in street. Come on down to lanes 4 and 5. Street. Street competitors, come on down to lanes 4 and 5. $16 cars remain in Super Pro as they make their way on down to the staging lanes. $3,700 on the line. $1,200 for the runner-up and a couple little big bills. Down the way it goes. Super Pro. You guys should be down in the lane. Super Pro. 6 and 7. Super Pro. If you're in 6 and 7, you got to make your way on down to the staging lanes. If you don't get there, you are late. And if you're late, it's not our fault. Super Pro. Get down to lane 6 and 7. Super Pro. Get down to lane 6 and 7. Attention in the pit, Super Pro. John Sear, Clay Ricketson. This is your personal invitation down to the round of 16. We know you got a cool and fuel, but that is your problem. Super Pro. Come on down to the staging lanes. You got 1 minute before the cars hit the track. Super Pro. Get down to the staging lanes, 6 and 7. And attention in the pits. We need street. We need you to come on down to lanes 4 and 5. The final 3 in street. Come on down to lanes 4 and 5. Street. Come on down to lanes 4 and 5. Tom, Frank, Craig, Giordano. Giordano in the long and skinny. Frank in the door car. 582 to a 481. Double 0-1 too soon as Giordano is 12 thou away from perfect. He's going to go 1 above with a 5 to keep the dragster in the hunt. John Cera Jr. We're looking for you, John Cera. Is he still in? Okay. John Cera still sitting pretty with the best total package that we've seen here in competition today in Super Pro. Trying to take that spot, Zach Finero and TJ Mendola. Finero, 544 in the Lampro left lane. TJ Mendola, 623 in the Insinger right lane. $20 to a 005. Mendola has the advantage by 15 thou down at the top end. That 15 thou advantage is going to turn into a 004 thou margin of victory. Brianna Edwards, the last woman standing in competition, pulling up to the tree now against Rowdy Reed Riggedson. Brianna, 609. Reed, 681. 33 to a 22. 11th thou separate them as Brianna is in trouble. Down at the top end, the 11th thou advantage turns into a 35 thou margin of victory.
And now that's not mud, that's not dirt, that's Clay Ricketson in the Ensinger right lane. Dialed in at a 703. Going to be chased down by Brad Perkins in the Lampro left lane. Dialed in at a 564. .004 to a 16, a 12th thou advantage for Clay Ricketson. And as they get down to the top end, Brad Perkins throwing on that wind lamp, going dead on with a 7 as Clay Ricketson breaks out, going 2 under his predicted dial in time. Zell Gaiman dialed in at 526 in the Lampro left. And Ed McLeaf in the Insinger right, dialed in at 474. Ed's all the way from Pennsylvania. Well, Zell's from right here in New York. Trying to take a stab at the Marina Schillinger Memorial Race. 003 to a 005. Double O's for them. 2,000 separates them as they go down to the top end. And Zell Gaiman throwing on that wind lamp, going 2 above his predicted dial in time.
Here comes Howie Samard over in the Insinger right lane. 625, the guys on the glass for the full body Chevy. Pulling up next to Dennis O'Brien. 556, the quick time. Going to be chasing down Howie, who's dialed in at a 625. $10 to a 005. Samard is in control by 5 thou. It's not a big advantage, and it's not going to be enough as Dennis O'Brien takes 007 down at the top end to turn the wind lamp on and keep bringing the car around here in the Marina Schillinger Drive for $3,700 here at Empire Dragway.
Now we got Tom Coonley dialed in at 605, going up against Phil Scarlatta in the Insinger right, dialed in at 549. 007 to a 12. 5,000 separates him as Tom Coonley gets off quicker, having the 5,000 advantage. And down at the top end, he is going to use it to throw on that wind lamp, going dead on with a 3. Phil also went dead on, but Tom Coonley taking the wind lamp.
John Cera Jr. rolling up to the tree now. Going to put on the stage bulb, knock it in, and come on back. As he is your wait and see by recipient. Going to keep the thing nice and cold. Waiting for round number next. No sense in chancing it, going for the buy run. It's 16, going to 8, going to 4, going to 2, going to the man in the winner's circle. As it shakes down in Super Pro. 16 cars coming back. As we are down to 3 in Street Pro. Pro, you guys need to be making your way on back down to the staging lanes. Pro, we'd like to see you in lanes 2 and 3. Pro competitors, if you're still in competition, come on down to lanes 2 and 3.
And here come our Supercharged Bracketeers finalists.
The final 3 in street competition. Tim Markle, Half-Fast Daddy. Fast Daddy, 8:53. The guys on the glass. Tim Markle, he's going to be getting away first, dialed in at a 9:07. Markle turns on the stage bulb. Fast Daddy not far behind. The tree comes down, away they go, and one of them's way better than the other. All the way down track. The advantage goes the win light. Tim Markle going to the final round against this man right here. Tyler Spilek, the Tint Shop Ford Mustang, dialed in at a 764. He had a 3-way tie for first in points, and here he is just stretching that lead out. $31 thou away from perfect on the let go, and 660 feet later, 2 above with a 7. To come back around for the final round against Tim Markle. Pro, come on down to the staging lanes. Pro, we want you down at 2 and at 3. Pro, come on down to 2 and 3. Super Pro, you're on standby. Super Pro, you are on standby. Pro, come on down to lanes 2 and 3.
Here come our Supercharged Bracketeers finalists. That's right, this is them. These are the guys. An amazing burnout from the both of them. That's going to be Ron Seswick in the Lamb Pro left. Head of the Head Knockers, head of the Supercharged Bracketeers, going up against Chuck McMahon in the Insinger right lane. Turn on those pre-stage bulbs. There we go. Chuck Mahone going to go 28 off the tree. Ron Cesric going 25 the wrong way. Chuck Mahone throwing on that wind lamp down at the top end, getting a 472.
We go racing for a long time.
Super Pro competitors rolling out into the water box. That's right, the next round of Pro. John Cera Jr., Reed Ricketson, 685 to a 681, almost heads up across the board. John Cera Jr., the heavy Chevy pick-em-up truck we call Bertha. Going to be getting away first. And with the I'm going to come catch you time, that's Rowdy Reed Ricketson. Only 400 separate them. As the tree falls, the drivers will leave. We'll have an advantage. And later on, we'll have a margin of victory. 42 to a 16. Reed Ricketson is in control. The bottom bulb bandit. Not going to put on the lamp as John Cera Jr. goes 2 above, taking 10 as Reed Ricketson ends up going about 600ths over the predicted dial-in time. Peter, who's coming up now?
Brandon Imale in the Lamb Pro left lane, dialed in at 661. Being chased down by Shaquan Bradwell in the Insinger right, dialed in at 616.
Any good adult would let anyone else do that. That's right. You're not my child. I want to see this crashing bird. Polish heads up down on the big board, 661 to a 616. Shaquan Bradwell going to be chasing Imale. 34 to a 21. 13,000 separate them as they get ready to go in down track. It's going to be Shaquan Bradwell coming back around for the next round of competition in pro category.
Now we got Joey Haynes in the Insinger right, dialed in at 620. Going up against not dirt, not mud, but Clay Ricketson, dialed in at 701. $38 to a 23, 15,000 separates them as Joey Haynes gets off quicker at the tree and down at the top end. Throwing on that wind lamp, going 3 above his predicted ET at 104 miles an hour.
Ladies and gentlemen, The track lights are on, and you should know what that means. That's right. We need tail lights. You don't have a tail light, you're out of competition. The tail light rule is in effect. You need to have one working tail light. The track lights are on. Please make sure your lights are on before you go down. We are going to strictly enforce that rule. The tail light rule is in effect here at Empire Dragway. One functioning tail light when the track lights are on. Topless Timmy, the chop top Camaro. 8 thou under the predicted dial-in time after being 42 thou up front on the let-go. Super Pro, if you're not down to the staging lanes, you are late. Super Pro. Come on out of the staging lanes.
Say that again. Don't even call
Super Pro. We would like to see you in lanes 6 and 7.
Attention. Fuel building's going to be closing in 10 minutes. Fuel building going to be closing in 10 minutes. So if you need to buy yourself some fuel, head on over there now because the fuel building's going to be closing in 10 minutes. If you're cold and you need to get yourself a hoodie, head on over there and get yourself a hoodie as well. It is our merch building. We also have firewood, so if you want to go ahead and get some firewood or ice for the cooler, head on over there and get it now before it closes. There's free camping with admission. $5 a bundle of firewood, and I'm not sure how much the ice costs, but I'm sure it's not much. So if you need to keep that cooler cool, the beer cooled, whatever you got in there cold, or to keep the fire hot, head on over there and get whatever you need. Fuel building closing in 10 minutes. Tim Markle in the Lampro left lane, dialed in at 9:06, going up against Tyler Spilek in the Insinger right lane, dialed in at 7:66. This is the street category, pulling up to the tree. Ten the wrong way from Tim Markle, 24 the right way for Tyler Spilek. Throwing on that wind lamp for Tyler. And that's going to be it for the street category. That was the final. Tyler Spilek throwing on that wind lamp down at the top end, going one above his predicted ET.
And attention in the pits, pro competitors, pro, come on down to the staging lanes, pro, come on down to the staging lanes. We are ready for you. All remaining pro competitors, come on down to the staging lanes. Super Pro in the staging lanes, ready to roll. As they sit down, suit up, and get ready to do battle. 8 cars remain as we find our way on down to the final 4. Peter, one last time for the people that stuck around, who made the Marina Schillinger $3,700 to win race possible here at Empire Dragway?
We actually got a few people we like to thank for making the Marina Schillinger Memorial Race possible. We'd like to go ahead and thank Empire Dragway's very own Jerry and Clara, as well as Lakeview Construction, Staub's Automotive, Gunther Automotive, Orango Towing, Precision Crankworks, Tony's Muffler Brakes and Tires, Castle Products, Gates Towing Service and Fleet, Empire Supercharged Bracketeers, TNL Excavating and Paving, Dan and Adam Germano, and Argo Family Racing.
That is incredible. I can't believe you didn't memorize it now for how many times you've said it. And let's see if we can go through in our memory and figure out who won all of the sweet prizes. Brianna Edwards, she was the last woman standing in Super Pro. She's out now, but she was the last one without the male appendage to make it this far in competition for $3,700. She has herself a gift basket at the base of the tower. Trevor, he was giving up the money for the best or first person to give out the best reaction time. Who had the first perfect light? Peter.
That was Chuck White, who had the perfect light, 4 zeros off the tree, getting him that $100 put up by the Muffin Man.
The Muffin Man. And Rick Mann put $50 gift certificate in his pocket as Jeffrey Schillinger named him the best appearing car. And that money put up by this man right here, Bad Brad Perkins, in the Don Keekle Roadster, 565, the gas on the glass for this Precision Crankworks machine. TJ Mendola rolling up next to him, 623, the gas on the glass over in the Insinger right lane. TJ Mendola, he's going to be getting away first, but not by a whole lot, as Brad Perkins tries to chase him down. Both drivers at the tree. Double 06 to a 12 as Brad Perkins gets out of the hole first, and down at the top end, it's going to go back to TJ Mendola. TJ, he was 6 thou behind and goes one above with a 1 to take the stripe by 11. Tom Coonley, Reed Ricketson. Rowdy Reed Ricketson, the bottom bulber in the top bulb class. Going to try and take the money from these guys. 6:82, the predicted dial-in time over in the Insinger right lane. And Tom Coonley dialed in at a 6:03 in the Lampro left lane. Triple 03 is Rowdy Reed Ricketson as they go on down track. Reed Ricketson goes dead on with a 6. Triple 03 dead on 6 total. Tom Coonley, after the let go, just had the best seat in the house to watch because he was mathematically ineligible. John Searett Jr., the man with the tightest package on the property. 6:85, the gas on the glass over in the Insinger right lane. Craig Giordano, the dragster in the Lampro left lane, dialed in at a 481. Double 03 too soon as Giordano goes double 09 green. Down to track, dead on with an 8. 17 total for Craig Giordano on the data pass.
And now we got Zell Gaiman driving the hard-hitting daddy in the Lampro left lane, dialed in at a 5:27, going up against Dennis O'Brien, who's dialed in at 5:54 in the Insinger right lane. To a 003. Dennis O'Brien with a 17th hour advantage as they get down to the top, and he's going to throw on that wind lamp, going dead on with a 6.
pro competition. Rolling into the water box. John Cera Jr., topless. Timmy Antonoria, the chop top Camaro. 654 to a 686. 344. As John Cera times out, trying to bump his way into the tree. Topless Timmy taking the timeout win. As Joey Haynes and Shaquan Bradwell are rolling into the tree next. Joey Haynes 620 in the Lamb Pro left lane. Shaquan Bradwell 616 in the Insinger right lane. 009 too soon with Shaquan as Joey Haynes is 003 on the let go and goes 3 above for the win to come back for the final round.
That's right, Joey Haynes and Topless Timmy going to be doing the final round for the pro category.
From the wait and see by all the way to the cooler. Shaquan Bradwell down to the final for the best with the best reaction time. And that's as fast as it's over. Super Pro, you guys are on standby. Super Pro, you guys are on standby. It's going to be a short one. You should already know we're round robbing you, so don't be surprised. Super Pro, Super Pro, Super Pro, you guys are on standby. Cool them, fuel them, and get them ready to turn them around.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pit. Super Pro, Super Pro, come back up to the staging lanes. This is your calling. Super Pro, come back up to the staging lanes 6 and 7. Super Pro, come on up to staging lanes 6 and 7. Super Pro, Super Pro, Super Pro. Super Pro, Super Pro. A lot of Super Pro going on. Come on out to staging lane 6 and 7. We're ready for you.
precious perch. It's in my eyes.
Dennis O'Brien and Craig Giordano rolling out of the water box and up to the tree. Craig in the long and skinny, the Insinger right lane. Dennis O'Brien, the Land Pro left lane. 554 to a 482. We are getting down to the nitty gritty. Somebody is going to win the Marina Schillinger shootout. 3,700 to win Super Pro Box race here at Empire Dragway. 15 to a 20. 5,000 separate them as Dennis O'Brien takes it at the top end to be 001 at the stripe.
And that's right. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Pro competitors, all remaining pro competitors, come back up to the staging lanes. That is pro. Come back up to the staging lanes 2 and 3. We're ready for you. That is your calling. That is pro to staging lanes 2 and 3.
TJ Mendola and Rowdy Reed Riggetson. Reed, the baddest off the bottom bulb, trying to take the money out of the top bulb guy's pocket. 682, the guess on the glass in the Insinger right lane. TJ Mendola, 6:23, the predicted dial-in time in the Land Pro left lane. Reed is going to get away first and try and stay away as TJ tries to chase him down. Final round in Super Pro competition. Pro, we need you in the lanes. Pro, come on down to 2 and 3. Pro, come on down to lanes 2 and 3. Brad Perkins, if you're wearing that hat with the light on it, turn it off. It's reflecting in the tower, and we can't see what's going on. Here we go, the pro final. That's right, the baddest off the bottom bulbs here today. Joey Haynes and Topless Timmy Antonora. Topless Timmy, the chop top Camaro in the Land Pro left lane. Dialed in at a 658. Joey Haynes, he's been killer off the bottom bulb all night long. 620, the gas on the glass. Who is it going to be? Topless Timmy, the Land Pro left lane, or Joey Haynes in the Insinger right lane? Is it going to be over before it starts, or are we going to get it down to the finish line? 224 to a 23. Joey Haynes is 200 better on the tree as they get down to the top, and it's going to be all Joey Haynes, as he was 23 up front and 30 on the 20 dial-in. Topless Timmy finally making it down to the dance floor in the chop top Camaro, but Joey Haynes going to be celebrating tonight, being the baddest off the bottom bulb. Super Pro, your final. We need you in the staging lanes. Who is going to win $3,700? It is going to be one of two men. It's either going to be Rowdy Reed Ricketson, the baddest off the bottom bulb, here trying to take the top bulb money, or is it going to be Dennis O'Brien going double O on the margin of victory, back to back here in the rounds of competition? Super Pro, come on down to the staging lanes. We got one final left to run in the Marina Schillinger $3,700 to win. Super Pro shootout here at Empire Dragway. We want to thank everybody who is still here. We want to thank everybody who has donated. Peter, we know who gave us the money.
Absolutely.
But we want to hear it one more time. Who are the great people to make this race possible for such an amazing woman?
The wonderful people that sponsored this race tonight were Empire Dragway's very own Jerry and Claire, as well as Lakeview Construction.
That's right, Jerry and Claire. It was already up to $3,200. They threw another $500 onto it to make it possible to race for $3,700. But Peter, sorry to interrupt you, but who else is possible for all of this great racing action?
No worries, Justin. We'd also like to thank Lakeview Construction, Staub's Automotive, Gunther Automotive, Arango Towing, Precision Crankworks, Tony's Muffler Brakes and Tire, Castle Products. We've been using a lot of Castle products up here in the tower. Gates Towing Service and Fleet, Empire Supercharged Bracketeers, TNL Excavating and Paving, Dan and Adam Germano, and Argo Family Racing. We'd like to thank all of you guys for sponsoring this race here, as well as the people that sponsored the other stuff that we gave away tonight. Honeyway Falls, Napa, gave out a gift basket to the last woman standing. Brianna Edwards won that one. And then Trevor Wees, the Muffin Man, put up $100 for the best reaction time, which Chuck White got after going quad O's perfect on their let go. And then we also gave away a $50 certificate for the best appearing race car, which went to Rick Mann, awarded by Jeffrey Schillinger.
And put up by Brad Perkins, surprisingly going deep into competition in the run-a-ride. He wants to thank Don Kegel for letting him sit in that absolutely perfect roadster that he was running in competition here today.
And then we also had $100 going to the best overall package put up by Chittenden, the Chittenden family. That's right.
That's right. Peter has been up here all day long watching packages, inspecting packages, big packages, little packages, tight packages, and Peter has found the best package. Peter, who has the best package on the property?
That's right. After a lot of package inspection, I have determined that John Cera Jr. has had the best package all day.
That's right. There's only one round left, too, that they can try and be better than 3 total. And it's going to be coming up right now as Super Pro makes their way on down to the staging lanes for the final round of competition. We're giving away $3,700, and one person is going to win it. It's going to be one of the two. Is it going to be Rowdy Reed Ricketson, or is it going to be Dennis O'Brien? We're going to find out in just a little bit.
And
Here we go, the final round. Marina Schillinger up there watching all the racing action as we've gone through it today. Kind of spoofed up the moment of silence we had for her, but I feel like she would have rather listened to race cars than have us sit down here being quiet and sad about her not being here anymore. And we're doing the one thing she loved to do, and that is going drag racing for $3,700. That's right. Somebody is going to be walking away with it, and somebody is going to be going right to the cooler. Is it going to be the baddest off the bottom bulb, Rowdy Reed Ricketson, or is it going to be Dennis O'Brien? Peter, go ahead and tell them how the race goes.
I'm going to tell you how it goes. I'm going to be inspecting their packages. 555 to a 681, and off they go, a 004.
That's right. The man off the bottom bulb going all the way down to the top end. Dennis O'Brien having some sort of mechanical difficulties. After he had staged the car, it looks like something still isn't going right. And ladies and gentlemen, we want to thank you for coming out here to Empire Dragway. You don't have to go home. Hell, you can even stay here. Have yourself a couple cold brews. Go find Dave Finero over at the Finero Pit. Talk about going to the bracket finals. As we are going to close out here tonight, congratulations to all of the winners. Congratulations to all the runners-up. And congratulations to anyone who had anything on a trailer that got out here, because it still made it farther than any of your buddies who have got their stuff out on jack stands. Telling you how it could have been or where it's going to be, but it was here, it was now, and it's all over. We're going to be back the Labor Day shootout next week. 3 days of drag racing. So bring your friends, bring your family, bring a motorhome, bring a camper, sleep in the grass, sleep on the grandstands. We don't care. Just come and enjoy yourself here at Empire Dragway. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Justin Sass, Peter Pumpkin Eater. He was up here all day long giving you the round calls and the racing action. Peter, what do you got to say? Peter, that part of the race is over. We don't need any more packages inspected, Peter. We're good there. Peter had a lot of fun inspecting the packages, and we are going to do it again for the next race, maybe this Labor Day. So bring your friends, bring your family. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you again for coming out, and we wish you a good night. Be safe, and remember to spay and neuter your pets.
A Christmas song. When I was just a boy, Christmas brought so much joy. Couldn't wait for the presents and laughter. I couldn't sleep late at night, looking for Santa with lights. Those are the memories I still remember. Then I became a man, lost sight of who I am, but right in front of me was the